Hello! What's up, everybody? JR, Rasta, Shazar, Warren, Random Red, Bullvine, Enktar, 10 bucks, Mark, Seraphim, Macaron, Cassie, Colette, Glegger, Heroes and Diamonds, Sokaman, Berloni. Hope everybody's doing good on this. Wait, hold up. Tuesday? Tuesday, 18th of November. I was confused for a second. I wasn't sure which day it was. 2025. We're past the halfway point of the month. It's almost December. It's almost 2026. What can we say at this point? I feel like I haven't registered that it's 2025 yet. In fact, I'm pretty sure my brain is stuck in like 2022 or something. I don't know. Maybe that's the trauma. I don't know. What's up, Emma? How are you doing today? I mean, it's just time doesn't really feel real anymore. I know it's because the older you get, you know, the less new experiences you have and the more you've experienced time before, so it feels like it's going faster. I understand the logic behind it. It just, I don't know. Maybe Macaron, I mean, I'm sure it played a role a little bit. Like it felt like one massive sort of event. I mean, it was weird because I feel like while I was in it, it felt like it took, you know, the time stretched a little bit. But again, that follows the logic of it was a completely new situation for the entire world. Well, I mean, this generation at least, right? And so maybe it felt like time was slower, and also added to the fact that we weren't really measuring the year anymore. It was kind of like this whole event over the course of a few years, right? So it felt like it took a long time. But now that we're beyond this point, it sort of like feels like it was just one small part of, you know, like 3 years are just a small part of our history. I don't know. I'm sure someone will study this a lot better than I ever could, and will come up with an explanation one day. But I don't know. Never heard of Blueprints. What is it? It is a wonderful game, which tells you nothing. At its core, it's an exploration game. You explore a house that you've inherited from your uncle after him passing away. The interesting part of it is every run is different. It has like roguelike elements, right? So every time the rooms change position, you have to draft the rooms that you want. Is it creepy? No, not really. From what I've experienced so far, there's no like horror elements to it. It can be a little eerie, right? Like there's a sort of emptiness in it that feels eerie a little bit. But it's not a horror game, no. I would say if I was to put a genre on it, at its core, it's a puzzle game, but it's not really a puzzle game either. It's not like one of those games where you have to, you know, like solve very like mechanical puzzles all the time. Like it's more of you explore, you learn things, you you know, accumulate knowledge, which allows you to find more things and solve problems and find hidden stuff you didn't think were even there. You know, it's really interesting. When I get into the game in a moment, you'll very quickly understand, I think. You watch a little bit of it. But at the same time, if it's something you think you might want to play, and I would recommend it, because personally it's my game of the year by a massive margin, like not even close. And it's probably one of the best video games I've ever played. I would recommend not watching too much of it, even if at all. Maybe, you know, like, it's better experienced going in without really knowing what it's about. But you know, I'm not chasing you away. You do your thing, please. What's up, Captain Dax? What's up, Lord Ike? How are you doing today? One second, I need to blow my nose. we go. We need to talk about movies today. I watched a movie the other day and I forgot to talk about it yesterday, even though I really wanted to. I'm on a kick of watching movies these days. Movies I haven't seen before. And so typically when I do that, I watch, you know, I try to look at like the Academy Awards and all that, and I look at like the lists for best pictures, and I start here, right, when I haven't really watched new movies in a while. And so I watched 2024's Academy Award Best Picture the other day, 2 days ago, Anora. And I did not expect much, I'll be honest, because I barely heard of that movie before. It seems like it kind of flew under the radar, even though it won Best Picture. Man, what a film. I really liked it. Anora. I really liked it. I thought it was amazing. Very popular in our Russian house. I can see that. So Anora, it's basically sort of like a modern take on Pretty Woman. It's a sex worker who suddenly meets a the very rich and immature son of a Russian oligarch. And, you know, the romance blossoms. That's kind of how it starts, right? I'm not going to spoil anything because there's plenty of twists in that movie, actually. But yeah, I really like how it sort of takes the Pretty Woman sort of premise and kind of turns it on its head, which I thought was pretty clever. And it's interesting because like the first act of the movie is basically a massive sequence of, you know, them meeting and suddenly getting into that, like she's the main character, Anora, that's her name. She sort of, you know, gets used to that new lifestyle and of you know, unlimited money and power and all that, and it's basically a long like sequence of all that happening. And I remember thinking by the end of Act 1, like I was like looking at the time and I was like, man, we're, you know, based on the runtime of the movie, we're pretty much getting to the end of Act 1, and I'm not like, I don't see the movie. I don't know what it's about. It's escaping me at this point. There was no real like dramatic tension. There was no, you know, really, there was no conflict, you know, there was no core conflict or anything. I failed to see the theme of them, and then the movie like changes tone, but like so like, and I'm, you know, again, I think I'm being vague enough that it doesn't spoil the experience, but the tone switch is brutal. And I still thought it was great. For some reason, I was still absorbed. The performances were amazing. What's her name? Mikey Madison plays Anora. I think she's amazing. I had only seen her in like the one of the most recent Scream movies for this. I haven't seen Once Upon a Time. I know she's in that one. Like Once Upon a Time in America. I know she's in that one. I haven't seen it yet. But yeah, no, she was wonderful. And the Russian kid is so, like, what an actor as well. But yeah, like the movie kept changing, like sort of like tone, and I was like, man, I have a feeling I don't really understand where this is going, and I was struggling with that. I was enjoying like sort of the ride, but I was struggling with the sort of heart and core of the movie. There was this one thing that I noticed, and I was suspecting it was going somewhat in that direction, and I was right. I noticed something along the movie, like something that's sort of almost hidden in the background, kind of. And I was like, I wonder if that's the thing. And it was. But the way it's done, it's one of those movies where, you know, sometimes I've talked before about the fact that endings don't matter too much necessarily, right? I'm hearing too much. It's fine. Honestly, I understand that I'm talking about it a lot, but I'm being extremely vague. I'm sure if like Captain X has seen the movie. I'm not even sure he gets what I'm talking about. Oh, maybe he does. But I literally don't know. Yeah, that's the thing. Because I'm like on a, you know, I'm on a like thematic level here. I'm not on like the surface plot level. That's so funny. But yeah, I couldn't find the core theme of the movie. It escaped me for a while. I could see like the plot and the way it just unfolded, and I was like, okay, that's really interesting. I like it. You know, it's not what I expected. Bit of a surprise. And the last scene, literally the last scene, the last 2 minutes is when it hits, and I'm like, oh fuck. And it left me in tears. I was literally in tears. It was what an amazing work that they did in that movie, and the way they sort of like they build the theme of the movie in a way that's so subtle, and it's completely like covered by all what's happening, and suddenly it's like bam, it hits, and I'm like, holy fuck, that was insane. I now understand the characters. I now understand the movie, and it won Best Picture, yeah. Which is strange. It's a small indie movie. It doesn't feel like a Best Picture winner when you watch it, right? Like if I didn't know it won Best Picture before I watched it, I wouldn't have guessed ever. But yeah, what a film. And I think part of my perception of why I sort of missed the theme of the movie, it's an interesting one. I think I sort of missed, and I didn't fully understand the character of Honora, because I think it's because it's gonna sound weird, but I think it's because I'm a man. I couldn't really understand that character fully because I didn't have the woman's experience and perspective to understand what was going on, right? I lacked that sort of first-hand experience with what she was going through, and that was really interesting. It was really interesting to suddenly be like, oh, that's what it was about with that last fucking scene. But yeah, but again, like outside of the deep thematics and all that, like just the surface level stuff was really good. Basically a movie where you get to see two lifestyles that most people have no clue what they're actually like, right? Like the sex working side of things, and then the rich son of an oligarch side of things. Two lifestyles that most people don't get to, have a experience with. So it's in that regard very, very interesting. From what I've read after the fact, I did a little bit of research on the movie. Apparently, it at least the sex working side of things was pretty accurately depicted. I think the Russian son of an oligarch side is probably a little more, a little less easy to sort of get information about that, but yeah, we're talking about Honora, 2024 Best Picture winner. Last Academy Award Best Picture winner, as far as I remember. I think that was the last one, yeah. It's really cool when a story accomplishes that, lets you recognize the theme you'd normally overlook just because of your perspective. Yeah, I mean, it's what's great about stories, right? You get to learn things and experience, like see things that you wouldn't necessarily see otherwise, and understand new things. I think that's the whole point of stories. Share different perspectives. But yeah, no, what a film. That was my I'm gonna watch a lot of movies in the near future. I feel I've been on a movie kick, trying to also read a lot of screenplays to practice, you know, get some knowledge to eventually write my own. So it's been an interesting process. So I'm going to talk about movies a lot in the near future, I'm sure. I think the next one on the list is Everything Everywhere All at Once. I haven't seen that one yet, and I got it ready. I think I'm going to watch it later tonight. Yeah, I know it's a very popular one. Everyone loves that one. So it's next on the list. I also need to get back to watching some Tarantino movies. I need to watch The Hateful Eight. No, not The Hateful Eight. The Django. So, I also want to watch another one that has a similar name as Anyara, which I think is a sci-fi movie. I've heard of that one a few times. Like a Swedish sci-fi movie, I think. But yeah, no, Everything Everywhere All at Once. Probably gonna watch that tonight, later, after the stream. I'm excited. Yeah, Quasi. I actually watched that this weekend, Vic. Yeah, I watched that movie on Friday, I think, or Saturday. I don't remember. Yeah, Friday, I think. I was waiting for it to hit the streaming services, and it did over the weekend. So last week, loved it. I talked about it on Sunday. I really liked it. Yeah, I thought it was wonderful. I mean, I'm a big fan of Paul Thomas Anderson, so obviously, you know. But yeah, I really liked it. There's a few scenes in there that I will probably never forget. It wasn't the movie I thought it was gonna be, which I love when a movie surprises me despite having seen like a trailer or something. The Leonardo DiCaprio's character was not at all what I thought it was gonna be. Yeah, Quasi. Yeah. Oh, great movie. I think Sean Penn should win an Oscar. That's kind of my takeaway of that one. He's probably gonna get nominated. I don't know if he's gonna win. I haven't seen too many movies of this year, but he's probably getting nominated. Anyway, how are you guys doing on this Tuesday evening? The Nidals, what are you doing today? Cars started, so it was a good day. Wow, the bar's pretty low. That seems like a good way to, you know, a good way to find happiness, having a low bar. I mean, unless the car never starts, typically, which in that case. Yeah, Thurlow. I haven't looked at Tarkov in a long time. Like, last time I played it was the single-player mod. Which, it's terrible because I have now I've had a new computer for about a year, right? And it would run Tarkov so well. For some reason, I never went back to it. Got a raclette today. Oh, I'm having raclette on Thursday. I'm excited. Gecko. Backlit needs to become a thing. I mean, it could, right? Yeah, Arc Raiders is definitely a game that I have interest in. I need to get it. It's the only problem with Arc Raiders is the price. Very recent game, it's a popular one. I don't expect to be able to find a good deal on that one, so I'm gonna have to pay full price, which is, you know, probably worth it, but it's always an expense. Also, I've been thinking of playing. I need to play a Diablo game again, and I don't want to play Path of Exile 2. The last ARPG I played was Path of Exile 2. I did, you know, like earlier this year. I got into it quite a bit. I do want to play a Diablo game. I think Diablo 2 or Diablo 4. One of these two. I still need to play the expansion for Diablo 4, so that could be a thing. But I would start from the beginning, new character. Or play Diablo 2 Resurrected. I do want to... I have an urge to play one of those games for a little bit. While I'm watching TV shows and stuff. You've never played the expansion? Yeah. See, that I knew all along that people making games don't care about the games. I'm joking. What's up, Bradycon? How are you doing today? Blueprints is good. Yeah. One of my favorite games I've ever played. Definitely game of the year. Zabuha, why are all previous games left incomplete? If you're talking about the games that I've played on this channel, Kingdom Come Deliverance, I don't know. I wasn't too excited. Like, it didn't hook me in the way I was hoping. And also I took a long break from streaming because I was burning out and I didn't feel like getting back to a game that I was playing before, because after a month I would have to start from scratch probably. So that explains this one. Expedition 33, I thought the game was mediocre, so I didn't want to be playing it anymore. Elden Ring's on break. We'll get back to it. It was kind of always sort of a plan to potentially do Elden Ring in separate parts, because it's such a massive game. I don't want to play the same game for like 2 years. So we'll be back in Elden Ring Season 2, 2026. It'll happen. We're getting back to it next year for sure. And I think that's about it. Was there another one? The Matcan, how are you doing? I played the first Neo when it came out. I thought it was okay. I liked Neo better as a Diablo-like than as a Souls-like. I did not like the... When I first approached Neo as a Souls-like, I thought it was pretty bad. When I realized it was a Diablo-like in the shell of an action game, I had a much better time with it. But still, I don't know. Neo was... It wasn't it for me. I mean, I'm in the mood for a Diablo game. Diablo 2, Resurrected, or 4. I'm not in the mood for a Diablo-like. I'm in the mood for Diablo. But yeah, Last Epoch, I heard good things as well. Yeah, I want to play something that I've sort of played before, which is why I'm leaning towards Diablo 2 Resurrected. I want to create a necromancer and go through that world again while I'm watching movies I've already seen and TV shows I've already seen. Relax, you know. Wasn't nominated at Kill. No, I mean, Blueprints legitimately got snubbed at the Game Awards. Again, I don't care much for the Game Awards. I don't think they're that important, but it definitely got snubbed. It deserved nominations for Game of the Year, Best Direction, Best Art Direction, Soundtrack, at least. And of course, indie game, which it got. But yeah, those 4 nominations should have been a given. I understand it's a hard, like, there's a lot of competition this year, and the awards being what they are, they tend to go for big publishers because it attracts the attention they want. But still, what's up, Greedo? What's up, Primus? What's up, TJ? Yeah, I mean, a lot of people liked it, Glegor. I don't know if it's a game for me, but a lot of people really liked it. I don't think any of the... I don't think... In theory, I don't think any of the nominated games are undeserving of it. Except maybe Expedition 33, but... I don't know, I haven't played many of them. I find it annoying that all the Game of the Year nominees are basically sequels or spirituals. There's nothing new. Literally nothing new in there. It's all sequels, franchises, spiritual successors. There's no original game in the entire lineup. I think that's very annoying and concerning for the industry as a whole. I know it shouldn't be a criteria, like a good game's a good game, whether it's a sequel or not. I don't know. To me, it's just again, it's what we always talk about. It's there's a lack of sort of there's plenty of creative games. They just don't get to have the spotlight on them. What were your issues with Expedition 33? I think the gameplay was mediocre and there was nothing special about it. And the story, the most annoying thing for me was the narrative. I thought after the prologue, it takes a nosedive and it just failed to recover for many hours, which to me was the sign that I need to check out of that game. The tone was off constantly. The thematic work was shoddy at best. It's just a poorly written game, unfortunately. It felt all over the place direction-wise, both in the art direction and just the general direction of the game. It just, I don't know. I did not enjoy that game. And I was very optimistic about it. I love the aesthetic of the trailer. The prologue is, again, at the end of the prologue, I was like, this is a 10/10. Like, when the prologue cinematic was over, I was like, this is like one of the best introduction to a game I've ever seen. I wish that sort of identity and tone and direction had been maintained instead of going into what it went. Oh well. It is what it is. I mean, plenty of people liked it, so clearly it worked for many people, which is great. Liking things is awesome. I wish I liked it. Yeah, Thorlo, I heard about that. What's up, Sugar? How are you doing today? Alright, Macaron, have a good day. When I streamed at Nidals, I stopped earlier than the end of Act 1. But I've seen more of the story. I've seen pretty much up to the middle of Act 2, I think. And since I stopped streaming it, I've heard wind of a few things about the game, just by being around streams and all that. None of what I heard made me regret that I stopped playing it. I'm gonna tell you that. Quite the contrary. I was like, oh, okay. Thank God I didn't get to, you know, those plot points, because I think I would have been extremely critical of it. And it's an interesting thing because there was a conversation yesterday, and I think in a way, I don't like that angle of the conversation too much because I feel like it's sort of dismissive a little bit. But I'm still gonna go over what I think. There was a conversation yesterday in Nasrallah's channel about, would you like this game better? It was not about Expedition 33. It was about another video game. But would you like this game better? I think it was whole Silksong. Would you have liked Silksong better? The question was asked to Nasrallah. If you hadn't played so many games before, like if you had less knowledge about games, about, you know, like, and it made me think. I was like, that's an interesting angle, right? Because obviously, as with a lot of art, the more you know, the more it takes to impress you, right? The more you know about a specific like art form, the less impressed you're gonna be by the, you know, like the sort of run-of-the-mill thing, right? And I think for me, a lot of Expedition 33 was that was part of the problem. I played so many JRPGs in my life when I was younger. It was my favorite genre of game when I was, you know, in the late 90s and even before that, and for a while after. And then in terms of the story, right? I've read so much sci-fi and fantasy, and I, you know, I have all that sort of experience with that. Maybe it takes a little more to make a difference for me, right? Like the gameplay of the game to me was just rehashed JRPG stuff that I've already played before. There was nothing new in it. And then story-wise, I don't know, it was a bad version of stories I've read before, and you know, there was really nothing there, and I feel like but I feel like, you know, that's sort of a, there's a lot of people who, especially like younger generation, who maybe have never played JRPGs before because they're not very popular in recent years. And so maybe this is their first experience with like a turn-based JRPG of that nature, right? And the sort of like Final Fantasy epic story type. And maybe they haven't read a lot of sci-fi books or fantasy books, and maybe for them the story is like this mind-blowing thing that they've never even thought about before. And so I think it's great, you know, like and again, I understand how it sounds a little bit dismissive of the thing, and I don't think it's that simple, right? There's more to it than that. Sometimes it just works, and it works, right? But what I was trying to say is, it's nice that there's quote-unquote entry-level stuff, right? For people to get into like either a genre of game or the type of stories, or, you know, I think it's important that there's stuff like that. And for me, that stuff was Final Fantasy VII, right? Final Fantasy VII was my entry level into JRPGs. And the funny part is, Final Fantasy VII, back when it came out, it was the first Final Fantasy that came out in Europe, right? So for me, it was like a new thing to see one of those games that had such a like a narrative scope. The JRPGs before that we had like Secret of Mana, we had Chrono Trigger, well, I'm not even sure we had Chrono Trigger actually, but Secret of Mana I remember playing. But it was different, right? It doesn't have the same scope and etc. And so I remember at the time, you know, 97, a lot of people all around the world didn't like Final Fantasy VII very much. A lot of people called it overrated. A lot of people were like, I mean, it's just another Final Fantasy game. Like 6 was better, right? Like there was a lot of pushback against that sort of wave that was Final Fantasy VII. And obviously, there's always a little bit of a phenomenon of, oh, big thing is popular, so it's hype to, you know, sort of be a contrarian and be against it. But the more I think about it, the more I'm like, yeah, I mean, some of it was probably due to the same thing I'm feeling with Expedition 33 right now. It's like, well, I mean, it's just not doing anything new. It's just doing the same thing we already played 10 times before, but in a new sort of slightly shinier shell, right? Which is like, why is everyone so excited about this thing? And I feel like for a lot of people, Final Fantasy VII back in the day, like older folks who had played previous JRPGs, that's probably how it felt. It was like, yeah, I don't know. It seems like a nice entry-level JRPG. It just doesn't do anything new for me. So I think, you know, and that's sort of how and I feel like Final Fantasy X had the same effect for the next generation, right? But I think those games are important. You know, it's nice to have games that are not too inaccessible, if that makes sense. Like if you think of something like the Trails series, right? That massive like multi-series gigantic franchise, the Trails series. That shit is so fucking like hard to get into because there's so many things and it's so long, and like basically the entire first 100-hour game is barely a prologue for the entire thing. Like that shit is, you know, you don't get into it as easily, right? But then obviously if you went through that, if you're like a hardcore JRPG fan, you go through that shit and you're like, well, you know, it's gonna take a little bit more than Final Fantasy to impress me after this. But yeah, those games are important. Entry level stuff is important. And again, I don't mean that in like a, you know, dismissive fashion. I mean that as a positive. It's good that to make stuff for, you know, to be more accessible for a greater audience. I think it's important. What's up, RGZ? How are you doing today? Timmy, thank you for the tier 3, 25 months. Big streak right there. Thank you so much. It's not like graphics are an issue for gamers. I don't know if I agree with that. And here's the thing. I myself am not someone who necessarily looks at graphics as an important part of the video game. At least I didn't think I did. I was watching Excessive Profanity play Legacy of Kain Blood Omen yesterday. And I was like, holy fuck, that thing aged. And that was a moment where I was like, whew, this is rough. Like the you know, you can barely understand what's happening on the screen sometimes because it aged so much. Like it I don't know. Well, yeah, but Stardew Valley is not like... Stardew Valley is modern pixel art. There's a lot of clarity in that game. It's very well made. I don't think that counts. Like, you have to look at something that's like legitimately from the era if you know, want to see how poorly some of those things aged. And some JRPGs age really well, like the clarity is amazing. And again, I don't think like the Final Fantasies are a great example for that because most of them look pretty good. It's very simple graphics and it looks good, right? But there's definitely a bunch of games from like the 90s that it's kind of rough to get back into it. Like it's barely readable. It probably wasn't at the time, but we were okay with it because we didn't know better, I think. That you hear you dislike Expedition 33. It's not a game for everyone. It's important to have people. I feel the opposite. I think it is a game for everyone. That was kind of my point. But I don't know if I'm right. But to me, that's my problem. Well, not my problem, but it is a game for everyone. And in that sense, it failed to do something special for me personally. I feel like it's a game that casts as wide a net as possible in terms of like appealing to people. And in doing so, it avoids doing, you know, really like interesting things that could repulse more people. But I mean, I don't know. I'm not a fucking expert on that shit. I'm talking about what I feel like. There's very little value in my opinions. It's just purely emotion based, mostly. but this is my stream. I have a microphone, so I'm yapping. It's just what I do. Yeah, DJ. Interesting. I remember thinking it looked great at the time, but... You ever think of playing a game like Dispatch? Yeah, actually, Dispatch is probably the game we'll be playing after Blueprints. In between Blueprints and Silksong, we're gonna sneak Dispatch in there because it seems pretty short. Like it's one of those story games with episodes, so there's, you know, it's unlikely that I'm gonna spend an absurd amount of time in it. So I think it's a good transition game. Take a little break from the bigger games for Silksong. Yeah, Dispatch is on my radar for sure. Looks neat. I like this type of game. But yeah, anyway, enough about me not enjoying Expedition 33. It's, again, hopefully no one is upset by my opinions. It's just my opinion. It has no value. It doesn't mean anything. It's just me. If you enjoyed the game, you are clearly in the majority. Almost everyone has amazing things to say about that game, so clearly take my opinion with a grain of salt. Thought on Duke Nukem 3D. Amazing at the time. What a game. What's up, Wolf? How are you doing today? Are you willing to recap the story of BPs, your theories so far? Kid inherits house. The end. For the rest of it, it will have to happen organically. Once we find new things about different plot threads, we'll go over them again through the notes and all that. But no, I'm not gonna do a big recap right now. Sorry. I want to get into the game and actually, start playing. I don't know how to start today. I have a lot of uncertainties about how I want to start the day. I've been thinking about it before the stream, actually. Like, do I want to spend some steps to check a few things? Do I want to, be economical because I have so many snaps? Might as well, use them. Yeah, I understand, Gecko. Yeah, I mean, obviously opinions are valuable. I personally enjoy hearing opinions. And I love, talking about opinions, and that's what I love the most about streaming, is exchanging opinions and seeing different perspectives and point of views. That's how you grow as a person, I think. But yeah, I think you're right. I'm trying to emphasize the spirit of what I'm saying is, it's okay if someone likes the game and I don't, or the other way around, right? It doesn't matter. Opinions don't have to be agreed upon. The whole value of the opinion is just about being shared and listened to and heard. It doesn't have to influence, doesn't have to reach an agreement. None of that really matters. As long as the opinion is not as long as the opinion doesn't lead to really bad things. Let's put it like that. Yeah, of course, Night Owls. There would be nothing to talk about if we all agreed on everything. And that would be a shame. Alright, day 14. Let's go. Day 14 going in. Oh, we're back to... Okay, interesting. Look at those steps! Oh boy. That's the new letter, right? Yes. Okay, cool. Because I didn't take a screenshot of those. Because I figured I would get them every day. Maybe I should. Previous one's not available anymore. Realized. I mean, I can always check the VOD, but... Alright, we have 90 steps. And here's... how I'm looking at it. I have this setup in the basement. But it doesn't really do anything for me. I don't think I'm gonna go there. Do I want to go to the outside room first? Is the question. Because I mentioned yesterday that there's an argument to not activate the outside room right away. And maybe get there through like the garage or something, but I don't know. I think I'd rather just, because depending on the room, you can benefit from it like super early. And it's good to know what you're, you know, sort of working with. So I'm gonna activate it. We definitely have steps, but then I'm going straight into it and I'm starting drafting. I'm not going to the basement. I'm not doing any funky stuff down there. Goal of today. Okay, we'll once I'm back in the thing, we'll have to check the checklist because there's a few things I want to do today. I want to try to achieve. See? Fuck. Okay, hold on. Okay, the trading post. Oh man, the trading post is so good. What a great room. I'm not taking the hovel because we have the bracelet available for us at the code check. I mean, the tool shed, getting a couple of special items right from the get-go could be useful. But the trading post is so strong. Also, if I can open that side door again, there's an upgrade disc in there. There's some gold in there. I think I'm gonna go with the trading post just for the potential of getting that upgrade disc and getting that gold. Because if we can get the gold going, if we can get like a good amount of gold and then we get the shop and the sale in the observatory, then we can just like, you know, maybe we even get the vault. We have a lot of steps, so we'll be able to do a lot of back and forth, right? And then we buy out the entire thing. Okay, I'm going for the trading post. Now, here's the thing. I'm not going to enter this one. Oh, it's already open. What? No, it's not. Wait, is it? Okay, I kind of have to... God damn it. Shit. Well, now I'm in. Okay, well, fuck. Okay, I don't have to blow the thing up anymore. That's really good to know. Oh no, the gold's not here anymore. Ah, that sucks. The gold was a one-time thing. Well, I don't think I could have guessed that. So that is unfortunate. I don't think I could have guessed that. I mean, I could have been more prudent and not picked it up, but maybe even not picking it up would have... It doesn't mean it would have been there. Okay, there's a digging spot here if we come back with a shovel. I'll take a few notes about that. Hold on. I'm still happy with the upgrade disc, but getting all the gold would have been really nice. Day 14. A hole in the trading post. So yeah, I need magnifying glass, improved sledgehammer, jackhammer, all those things I need to try if I get them today. The basement. Activating, that's my main objective. I want to activate that red box in the boiler room to see if it activates the door in the basement sanctum. That is secondary. Oh yeah, checking if I get access to the tomb without drafting the tomb. That's something I need to check. Absolutely. And now my plan of doing the gift shop thing kind of... We'll see what kind of gold we can acquire, but I was really hoping we'd get all the gold in here. So unfortunate. What a waste. You can trade an upgrade disc? Hold on. For a prism key? No. No, thank you. Alright, let's get in there and get drafting. What's up, Wibble? I think... I don't think it's necessarily like a design issue. I don't think that's the thing, but it annoys me personally. I don't like the inconsistency sometimes between what remains permanent and what doesn't. It seems a little arbitrary. Like, for a lot of things, I'm like, okay, I'm expecting this to be permanent. This makes sense. I'm expecting this to be permanent. Or, you know, but sometimes stuff that I'm not expecting to be permanent suddenly is, like removing the coins here. It's like, why are those coins not respawning, but the fucking gems in the safes do? Like, you know, it doesn't make more logical sense. It's such a weird thing. So there's a few small things like that, which again, like, it could be an intentional design decision to make the game more unpredictable, which makes more every decision more meaningful, but yeah, sometimes I wish for slightly more consistency. How much do I value the corridors? Always unlock power. Not too much anymore. So I feel like a single, like, one direction room is actually pretty bad later. It typically gets me stuck, so I don't think I value it too much. I value taking the corner more, I think. Yeah, I'm gonna take the corner and hope I can find something such as the den, or not the den, the Nook, or the Parlor. Great. There we go. Parlor or Pantry. I think I'll go Parlor, get that out of the way, get the gems. Good to me. Give me a magnifying glass, please. Damn it. The magnifying glass was there like literally 4 runs in a row, I think. And I kind of got used to it. And now I can't seem to put my hands on it, even though I need it. Go to the basement. I really hope I can find a magnifying glass in this one. I also hope I can find a code check really fast. Box is blue, yes. The gems are in a true box. That can... Hold on. The gems are in a true box. This box is black, this box is blue. So those two are correct. This one cannot be correct. Because the other two are. So this one is false, so it's lying, so the gems are in there. Aha! Oh! That is an interesting pick that early, the workshop. I mean, I don't have any items right now. The pool is pretty amazing here. Getting the pump room potentially early. I don't know what the locker room does. I don't know if I've ever drafted it. Reading Nook's pretty good too. Then we can get the library. Sends us upward. Like, the pool could be more valuable later. We don't have to spend a gem for it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna take the reading Nook. I'm gonna zigzag my way. All of this. Still haven't figured out the chess piece. So now the... Oh. Really? Okay. I'm not gonna lie, I thought the library would point north. Do I just slam the spare room here, or do I take the L and backtrack? You have a book waiting at the library, I think, which is... I don't think it matters that much. I want today's run to be a good one. I don't want to waste steps. So I think I'm going to go with the spare room here. You have a lot of steps. I don't think it's a reason to waste them. Okay, that's pretty good. Security here is pretty insane. I'm gonna put it down. Put it down! That was my terrible attempt at an Arnold Schwarzenegger impression. Always checking behind those things. I have a feeling something. Alright, let's see. Upgrade disc. Get that out of the way. Is that what that was? Yeah. Oh, come on. I just put it down. Ooh. Oh. Oh, spare bedroom by, like, of course. So, well, actually, hold on. The green rooms interact with one another, right? I'm trying to think of synergies. Obviously, the green room's pretty obvious. I do love my bedrooms, though. It's so much value later in the... Like, if you can, you know... If you have the nursery and all that, that is so much value. It feels like it's more direct value than the green rooms. The green rooms, you know, obviously a lot of synergies if you have a lot of green rooms, but at the same time, it feels more conditional. Not sure how I feel about the whole. There's definitely something to be said about like drafting maybe a prism key from the spare hall and getting potentially like a foyer or something, but I don't know. I'm feeling the bedroom, honestly, more than anything. I feel like in general the green room's probably the best choice because of the potential, but I like the sort of consistency of the bedrooms. I'm gonna go with that. Yes. Ta-da! I assume my... Yeah, it won't retroactively change, right? Yeah, no. Okay, well, next run then. Alright, let's get in there. Okay, there's a slight delay in when the... I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about, but some video games, when you go from a menu to another, there's a slight pause before your controls actually work, even though the menu has seemingly stopped loading. And so like you already press the button to go on the next thing you want to go, and then you press X, and it only triggers the X because like your input didn't, you know, directional input didn't get taken. And so you loop into the same menu back and forth a few times before you actually get patient. I like snappy menus that immediately react. All of those menus that have like a little bit of lag, it's so annoying. Yeah, same, Psycho Rider. Which reminds me of one of my favorite menus in recent years was Tales of... What's the last Tales game that came out on PS5 and all that? Tales of something. That game had snappy menus. Holy fuck, they felt good. So satisfying. I don't know why it stood out, but I thought the game was fine, but not, you know, great. But the menus stay with me. I still remember how good they felt. Tales of Arise, yeah. Sure, Gecko, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's really what's happening. Well, maybe it is. Because actually, everything outside the terminal is pretty snappy. Yeah, you know what? Actually, I think it's just the terminal. So... yeah, in that regard, I guess it makes sense. It's like the text is like slowly loading and everything, right? Alright. I can accept immersion as an excuse. I'm always talking about immersion, so I can't, you know, I can't say that I don't accept it. Even though I want to. Ooh, okay. I think an early lab could be pretty good. Obviously, the thing with the lab is I would love to have a boiler room next to it at some point. To be able to try to use that little thing. I don't think that day is today, though. I think getting an early lab and potentially getting some value out of it could be great. It costs a gem, though. My last one. You know what? Let's do it. Let's see what we can do. We can get in terms of like synergy. All right. Ooh, shit. Hold on. Huh! Each time you find some trash while digging, that's actually cool. I think that I'm gonna pick that one. Each time you find trash while digging, you gain a key, a gem, or 1 die. Making, you know, guaranteeing value from all my digging spots. I think that's pretty good, because steps to 40... I mean, it's not bad, but I'm not sure I'm willing to sacrifice so many steps for it, potentially, depending on when I first trigger it. I mean, we've already done like a red room, you lose 5 steps and then you set your steps to 40. I had that, like that was the first experiment we did actually. The very first one we did was this one. And in the run that we did it, it was pretty good. In this particular case, I'm not sure. I think a bunch of aquariums is always nice. I mean, aquariums could be great because they synergize with everything. Like if you have a nursery, putting down aquariums, it's a lot of doors. Very decent synergies with green rooms as well, I think. I don't want to fill my house with aquariums. The problem. And then you end up being flooded by aquariums, and then you can't find the room you want, right? I don't like that too much. I think I'm going each time you find some trash while digging, you gain a key and a gem and a die. It's not a huge thing, but I think it's a nice, again, I love consistent runs. I think this is a nice consistency booster, right? All the dig spots will be beneficial. It's simple, low effect, but good to have. I'm gonna go with that. I'm feeling okay with this one. Alright, let's see. I fucking... God, I really want the code check. I really need the code check ASAP. I think I'm gonna sneak the closet here. And then from the hallway we can go up. Even though the den makes a lot of sense. Just gotta get that closet out of the way. Shit. Well, that's annoying. I think storeroom then. Hopefully we get a good room. I mean, we have a pretty good opening, right? We have an opening literally on a new rank, so any exits valuable. Hopefully we get a one that opens many different ways. If we get a triple dead end, I'm gonna be upset. Although if we get a triple dead end, it's not the end of the run, because I can get up through the foundation, I think, and I have keys and gems, so we have like a We have a security for the run. Cost a lot of steps, but it would work. And we're back at our starting steps. Then's pretty good. There's an argument to go passage into foyer, but it's a little limited in terms of like openings. So I think I need to go for the den here. Open two sides. Yeah, it makes more sense. Secret passage for later. Be a good combo. Bit more stuff going for it. I'm feeling uneasy with this run. I feel like it's... Ooh! Did I ever... What? I don't remember if I ever drafted the mailroom. Interesting. I mean, obviously the passageway would be thing here, but... I don't think I can afford to put the mailroom here. It's too risky. It's gonna be courtyard or passageway. I don't have a... Yeah, I'm gonna put the passageway down, I think. I really need... I'm spending gems for no reasons. I really need to find a code check. I didn't find it once yesterday. Not once. And I'm struggling to find it again today. Yeah, let's see what we have in the commissary. If we can find a shovel or something. Sledgehammer, a gem, a salt shaker. Salt shaker is good for steps. Metal detector. Gonna wait. Oh, bitch. God, this is not going well. This is not going well. I still haven't once used the laundry room, by the way. I don't know what it does. But I think I have to go for the dark room here and just blindly pick the sides. Actually, I'm gonna put the dark room down. I'm gonna trigger it. Oh, come on, dude! Hold on. Let me grab this one. I'm gonna hope this is a hallway. No, it's the kitchen, which is fine. Kitchen's fine. And especially because we get this and this. The pantry, sorry, not the kitchen. And now I can buy the metal detector. There we go. I think this is alright. Let's go the other way. We really need to find... I don't like this, but I'm going for the bedroom here. Point purse, that's not bad. This run feels so much harder than it should be. Oh my. So I have an option there, which would be take the code check, go underground, climb up through the foundation, which is... Hold on, I'm not even sure the elevator is accessible. I think the elevator is not accessible because I don't have a key card, and I'm pretty sure we left the elevator in the upward position. So I have to go Boudoir here. I don't have a choice. I can't risk it. Fuck. I cannot believe the state of this run. It should be so much easier than it is. Of course we get a nursery here now, after... I have to try to find a hallway, I think. Yep, East Wing Hall. I'm one, by the way, I'm one electronic room away from getting... Oh, okay, that's actually cool. That is pretty good. Provided, you know, we can get it going. That... Okay. This room's gonna be majorly important right now. We have one redraw. Okay, hold on, hold on! If I turn off... If I pick the breaker box and I turn everything off, we can open the Darkroom and pick our, you know, next step. And we have a redraw, so it's sort of safe. The chapel would be safer. But then I'm still electronic doors, you know, I'm still at the mercy of electronic doors. So I feel like the utility closet has, as counterintuitive as it is, might be the best pick here. Bit of a gamble, but I believe in it. I believe in my decision. Ooh, okay. Lockpick kit, not bad. I forgot to fuck. I forgot to go to the security room again. I wanted to do. So I'm gonna backtrack. It's gonna cost me a little bit, but it's okay. A few things we need to set, which is we need to set the security level too high. Alright. Now let's see what we can draft here. Please give us something good. Huh. I think the library is really good here. And we get a rarer draft plan after that, maybe getting a good one above it, like the cloister or something. Yeah, what I'm hoping for here is library into cloister. That would be... Oh, we order a book today. I thought we got a new book. Okay, History of Orindia by Caleb Manning. Okay, I'm really excited about this one. I've been waiting to get this one for a long time. The History of Orindia. We're finally gonna get to learn some lore about this world. Exciting. Okay, now is when you don't look at the screen because you don't want, you know. What was the fixed stars? The same one as in the observatory, as far as I can tell. I don't understand what the inheritance thing is. It doesn't make sense. Probably missing something. Laundry room one day, maybe, yeah. Don't look at the screen. Lockpick. What? Oh, fuck. The bookshop? What the hell is that? I mean, the Great Hall's always great. The problem is I don't have enough keys. I don't think I can afford it. The Briley. I mean, I'm interested in the bookshop just for the sake of books, but... The problem is, how do I, because obviously we want to get to the foundation, right? How do I go from the bookshop to the foundation? I'm really making it harder for myself, is my point. It's not impossible or anything, but it's a little more complicated. Temptation to redraw here is pretty massive, if I'm honest. But it's also a new room, and I like new rooms. And bookshops? I mean... Also, a reroll doesn't guarantee that I'm gonna get a good room, right? So there's definitely an argument to keep the last redraw for when we're actually stuck. So yeah, let's go Bookshop and try to work from here. Reddington Herald, new clue sold out in hours. A new clue sold out in hours. This should come as no surprise that the latest book from local author Marion Marigold is breaking literary records and making headlines even in absentia. The release of her new book, A New Clue, comes only 14 months after the distressful report that the author's mysterious and unexplained disappearance. Her current publisher has issued a statement debunking the conspiracy theory surrounding the book's recent announcement, stating the writing of the book was completed and well into the editing stage many months before the disappearance. In addition, the publisher has revealed that all of the proceeds from the first edition sales of A New Clue will be going to Lasting Hope, a non-profit organization that aims to provide resources and intel in the investigations of missing persons. Still, the timing and conveniently mysterious title of Marigold's third book has left many cynics denouncing the book and her disappearance as a cheap publicity stunt. Detective Bon Margol, who many theorize may have been the inspiration for A New Clue, was quoted only saying that the book was unintentionally accurate. Regardless of their opinions, fans, pundits, and cynics alike were standing together elbow to elbow in Bookshop queues this morning, eager to get their hands on what may very likely be the last words ever published by the missing author. What's up, Brainy? How are you doing? That's interesting. I don't think this is a coincidence. Obviously, I do want to read The New Clue now. I feel like it may contain something interesting. Bookshop. Zoop. This cozy little bookstore is often tucked away in the more secluded corners of the estate, giving guests little opportunity to appreciate the curated selection of equally rare books it offers. Titles purchased in the bookshop will be automatically added to the library's book request form, which fittingly is the only room in which this rare floor plan can be drawn. Wow, okay, that's how it works. Jeez. Well then, the Nook into the library into this is actually pretty nuts then. Good combo. Oh, hold on. We just ordered the History of Orindia, but apparently there's a first edition, which I'm assuming is revised. Like, it's been revised after that, right? So there's gonna be, like, changes and stuff. That's interesting. That's exciting. The Curse of the Black Bridge! Wasn't Black Bridge, like, the network thing? I think it was. Realm and Rune. Oh my god, I need so much money. How many runs is it gonna take for me to get all those books and actually read them and order? This is insane. No, brother. We're never getting out of this game. Well, that's awkward. The Gymnasium's been turned off, so I can draft it. I am broke, yes. I do not seem to be able to get a lot of money. It's like we had one run where I had a bunch of money. very invisible. Okay. I'm sorry. I cannot pass this. Boiler room, red thing, straight into the foundation. That's my plan. Also, I think it's a great position for it. Alright, now I need to find a connection. Oh, come on. Oh, I should have tried the lockpick. Fuck me. Workshop's actually good here. I actually like the workshop here. Okay, now. This is great. It's right next to it. We'll be able to experiment. And then... you know. Oh, there it is. All right, let's see. That was literally my main goal for today, so we're gonna go straight there. Okay. Broken lever is always good. Oh, the music is so good. The pick sound amplifier? What? A sound amplifier? Is there anything to do with the coin purse? No. The metal detector and the lockpick, a sound amplifier. Am I willing to lose the lockpick? I don't know what we can trade outside is the... This means I'm gonna run out of key, but I need to know what it is. I need to know what it does. You forget to use it anyway. That's true. I forget to use the lockpicks, unfortunately. What's the state of my resources right now? 2 keys. Each time you find some trash while digging, you get a key, a gem, or a die. If I can find a shovel, we're in business. It's... You know what? Let's go for it. I want to see what it does. Knowledge is more important than this particular run, so this runs. Greater chance of picking high sensitivity locks. Oh! Great! Love that! Like an improved lockpick. Okay. I lose the ability to find items, but I think that's okay. A good trade. I would still love a shovel, honestly. Let's see. This is annoying. We still do not even have a nursery. I think I'm gonna just chuck the chapel down there and I'm never gonna enter it. It's out of the pool. I don't need to mess with it. I don't need to go there. It's fine. Okay. Oh, come on, really? I mean, that's a lot of keys, but then I'm only relying on one door to get out to further. That's a little scary. The patio opens stuff up a little more, but how many bedrooms do we have? 1, 2, 3. I would get 3. Don't like the idea of being stuck on one. I mean, even though we're about to go underground and who knows what's gonna happen. I mean, let's, you know what, Patio, it's not bad. I don't get much value for my gems, but gems are not that important. I just want the exit. Or do I value 3 that much? No. An exit's more important. Okay, I won't go there yet. We're not gonna spend steps. I'm gonna go underground now. I am so annoyed that I still do not have a magnifying glass. But it's okay. The main point of this whole thing is me trying to open that red door. That was my goal today, so shoot for it. Just want to check something. I wonder if there's a world where items can spawn in here. And like potentially you can find a potentially you can find like the magnifying glass on the desk itself. Let's check. Like if I was gonna put my magnifying glass somewhere, it would be on the desk. Nope, 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 nope. Okay. Alright, here we are again. And as I thought, this is maintained after resets. So good to know. We now have confirmation that I can use this to access the foundations if I leave the elevator down or if I have a key. Alright, this is it. Time to know if my assumption was correct here. God, I'm nervous. Please be it. Please be it. So I wonder if I want to... Do I need open room 46? Yeah, why not? Just in case, right? I doubt we'll get there, but... Why not? Still nothing new with those things. Nope. Those doors, I don't know, there's something about those doors. I'm intrigued. I cannot believe they would be here for nothing. There's something to do with them. I mean, there's 8 of them. We've seen the number 8, you know, several times, like 8. Wait, hold on. Eight gates. Huh. 8 dates crack 8 saves. I think that's the important part of this, but I don't know. I don't know. God, I was right. I knew it. I was so intrigued by that red box in the boiler room this entire time. Okay. Taking a little bit of fresh air. What is this about? I'm trying to think, like, what could it be? I don't know. I legitimately do not have any clue. What the fuck, dude? Is that like the maintenance shaft or something? This is crazy. Like you can see all the the mechanics of the... Dude, who fucking built this? There's like a mix of sci-fi stuff and, you know. Ooh. Okay. Music. Oh, is it gonna lead to like a platform? And Like I have to have it set up in a certain way that it just work. Like I can trust something new. Yep, that's what it is. And obviously it's not set up in the correct way. Great. Oh, fuck. Okay, there's something here, like clearly, right? So I need this to be pushed one more side. Oh, God, there's a... Stuff here too. There's 1, 2. Okay. Well, that's gonna be a few steps, but at least we can do it. So. God, this game. I mean, I had noticed, right, when I was in the room there, I had noticed there were platforms up there, but for some reason I didn't expect them to. I don't know. I don't know what I was expecting. Okay, this should be good. At least it's not costing a lot of steps to do this. Like it's not like 5 steps one way, 5 steps on the way back. Oh my God, what is this? Oh, is that a lock with a God damn it. Hold on. Oh, another one of these. Nice. Dock level, entry level, full drain. Huh. So we're at dock level right now, and then there's an entry level. Entry to what? And then there's a full drain. Because clearly there's a path here, right, that goes underwater. Oh my God, there's so much. How fucking deep does this fucking rabbit hole go? It's... Every time I solve like one problem, like I find one solution to one thing, it opens like 3 more. It's like the surface of the game all the way to the credits is just like the demo. That's the demo, right? You had the demo of the game and now you're getting into like the real game. I think this is kind of cool. Alright, well, let's read this first. 4-man's log to 8, 1917. After 10 days of pumping water from the underground spring, the reservoir has finally been filled. It's a shame that the old station has been flooded as a consequence of this action, but I suspect that may have been the actual reason they chose to build the reservoir here, and as an engineer, I agree that flooding is preferable to collapsing the entire tunnel. On the bright side, now that our water supply is no longer limited, we can start to leverage steam to a much greater extent. I suspect by this time next month, the steam-powered hoists at the main site will be able to run 24 hours a day. I need to screenshot this. I'm gonna have to organize my notes in a different way going forward. I don't think the room organization's relevant anymore. I think it's gonna be about like connections and themes from now on. Reservoir digging for something actually. Games like an iceberg, yeah, that's a good Good description for sure. Very icebergy. I agree. Alright, what's this one's unique system? Okay, so if it's adjacent to a yellow one, it pulls the yellow. If not... Huh? Not sure I understand how this one works. Hold on. This one doesn't make sense to me intuitively, which is very weird. Oh, we want the black ones in the corner. My bad. Okay, it only works... No, wait, what? I thought it only worked horizontally, but then it... No, it doesn't really make sense. So what if I do this and then I move? Okay, it changes. So if I want to isolate... No. Dude, it's so unintuitive. I don't understand how it moves. And then... I am so confused by the movements of these things. Hold on, maybe I'm looking at it the wrong way. Do I need to look at the black ones and not the yellow and the white ones? Like the previous two puzzles like these, like this one that we did, I could very like easily understand how I was manipulating the things. Like it made sense intuitively. This one I don't get it. Like I understand, right? I'm able to, I get how I can move it like horizontally there. I understand. I'm clicking on the black one and it moves the white one around. If I click a white one, nothing happens. If I click a yellow one, nothing happens. So I need to click the black one to move the other ones. Okay, let's be methodical here. Let's stop clicking randomly. I need to click the black ones to move the other ones around. If I move a black one here, it's just like moving things horizontally. Okay, if I click the black one here, just moves things horizontally. Same here. But there's a way to move the... There's a way to move the yellow ones vertically, I'm pretty sure. I understand the horizontal movement, I don't understand the vertical one. The vertical one escapes me. Let's start from scratch. Yeah, if I click on one that... This one doesn't do anything. If a yellow one is stuck and I click on it, it moves horizontally. If the yellow one is stuck in between... Okay, let's reset then. Okay, what if I move... What if I do... Oh, hold on. Never mind. The yellow ones can move horizontally, but just once in one direction, not twice. So what I need to do with the yellow ones is I need them to be on this rank, right? So I can only click them once. And if I do this, and then this, now I'm stuck, right? Yeah, okay. Alright, let's see. Okay, okay. Right, I see what I'm supposed to do. Hold on, I need to start it over. I'm getting there. This one goes here, this one needs to go there, I think. This one stays here, this one stays there, this one stays there. I don't have any option to move. Okay, so then I'm stuck because... Right, because now those are stuck on this rank. Right. Hold on. Because when I do this, it brings the other one down, which we cannot have. No, that's wrong. Fuck. I get it. I get it. Nope. Can't do that. First this, then that, then this. That's correct. Those two needs to stay on the same rank. So then we do... That. That, and now that. Yay! Got it. I just... Once I got how you could, like, move the other ones vertically and everything, it made more sense. I just needed to find the right order. It was all about, like, how do I actually manipulate them? But it was sneaky. Like, it took me a while to understand that the yellow ones could only... Because, like, you know, you click around and you're like, how did I get those ones to move, like, vertically? I don't understand, because I can't do it anymore. Once it made sense that you can only move them vertically once, then it everything sort of fell into place. Really cool. And now our allowance is growing. Fantastic. Building up my allowance is a big goal, I think, considering how many things there is to buy in this game. Now I need to check this. I need to rotate the thing 3 times. What's up, matey? What's up, Choco? How are you guys doing today? How is everybody doing today? Man, what a puzzly day we have on our hands today. I had an interesting conversation yesterday. Again, I was on Excessive Profanity's channel, and I was thinking about you, Captain Dax. I had a conversation that I think you would have been interested in. Cody was expressing how these days, because I asked him if he played Blueprints. He was like, I played it one day, and I wasn't too into it because it you know. He's more into like games these days, right? Like video games that actually have like that are gameplay focused, like mechanical gameplay focused, right? and that he was kind of done with like experiences right now, right? And I was, you know, I was talking about how in some ways it reminds me, like for me it hits pretty close to Outer Wilds and stuff like that. But the conversation made me think, and I was like, at some point I was like, oh, you actually, I never thought about it before, but a big difference between this and Outer Wilds is Outer Wilds has a much more dynamic moment-to-moment gameplay, right? You actually have a lot of mechanical control over what you're doing. You're flying a, you know, I'm not gonna go into too many details because I don't want to spoil anything, but there's actual, like, you know, the way the game sort of moves and you interact with it is a lot more gameplay oriented. In comparison, Blueprint is a lot more static, right? It's a lot more static, right? There's no sort of... You never have to, like, perform mechanical feats, at least from what I've seen so far, to achieve something, right? Outer Wilds, there's a lot more actual mechanical actions you need to do, and you know, you need to perform things well sometimes for it to work. And it made me really think about, like, sort of the equilibrium between fingers and brain when it comes to video games. I don't know if that's something that makes sense to you, Captain Dax. I'm sure you have, like, more specific words to talk about those things in, like, actual design, right? But, like, fingers versus brain. And video games at the beginning were very much, like, finger-based, right? It was, like, the focus was on fingers, much more than brain. Brain was there to support the fingers. And it feels like there's been a transition in more recent years where you have games that are almost entirely brains, and the fingers are just there to support the brain. This is a good example of it. Most of this game happens in your brain, right? It doesn't really happen on the screen, so to speak. Outer Wilds is a great example of that too, even though, again, it has a little more balance between, like, fingers and brain, right? And then you have the extreme, right? Like the pure walking simulator would be very much like a pure brain game, because it all happens in your brain. Like, it's, you know, the mechanical aspect of it is pretty much inexistent in something like Gone Home, right? Even less than this one. In this one, you still interact, you move things around, you, like, click a few things, there's, like, tactile feedback and everything. There's a little bit, you know. And then it makes me think about stuff like those big cinematic games, right? Something like the newer God of War or The Last of Us. Because I feel like I hear a lot that, you know, like stuff like the newer God of War, like those sort of like Sony cinematic exclusives, right? You know, the kind, are, you know, don't have that great gameplay, and they're not very gameplay focused. They're just interactive movies, and I've been thinking about it under that lens, and I'm like, I don't think that's true. There's so much gameplay in those games. You're constantly, you know, executing things and moving around. I don't think it's particularly deep or anything. Like, especially like something like The Last of Us, you know, it's not that. Especially the first one. I think the second one does better in terms of, like, depth of stealth and all that, but yeah, I don't know. It was just an interesting conversation of, like, thinking of that sort of balance between fingers and brain, right? We didn't go very far in the conversation, so I don't have, like, a, you know, it's not like I have a revelation to I don't have a big conclusion to get to. It's just I was thinking about that concept in general. Sure, Captain Dax, yeah. Yeah, and I think Captain Dax, I think the sense, that sort of idea that they're interactive movies and they don't have a lot, you know, that there's this sort of stigma that they don't have a lot of gameplay, is because of how much dialogue there is. And you know, like, you're walking around, and obviously there are those segments when you're walking around and characters are just talking to one another while you go down a corridor, and I understand it's not the most engaging gameplay, right? And the cinematics can be long, and you know, like the sort of, and maybe you know, maybe players like a better distinction between what's game, because those same comments didn't really happen with something like Metal Gear. Like, think about Metal Gear Solid. I don't think anyone ever argued that there wasn't enough gameplay in that game. And I think it's because the distinction, the split between gameplay moments, cinematic moments, is more obvious. You play, and suddenly, oh, there's a cutscene. Here's my little, like, break and reward, right? Whereas those new modern Sony games, I say Sony because they're like, kind of like, you know, they're typically the ones doing that. They try to sort of mix the cinematics and the gameplay a lot more. The conversations, the important dialogues are happening while you're moving around and, like, you know, solving very simple environmental puzzles, like moving a ladder to get to another area or whatever. And I think it sort of blurs those lines, which, you know, I think depending on your perspective, you get out of it feeling like, oh, well, that was just a cinematic. That was not very interesting, right? Whereas I'm looking at it from the side of, like, well, this could have been a cinematic, but instead I got to play around and move a few things and just explore and look at the world, which to me is enough of an interaction, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that, Dax, and I see it that way, right? But I also understand how more gameplay-focused players, like players that are really more about the fingers part of it, feel like it's just a boring gameplay segment for the sake of having a conversation, right? I can see that perspective. And they would rather be like, I want, like, good gameplay, and then if you are going to give me a cinematic, give me a cinematic so I can have, you know, a drink in the meantime, or, you know, I can zone out if I'm not interested. Which, you know, again, different perspective and different strokes, but as a person, I think it's just interesting thinking about all those aspects of game design and how they sort of just fit together. But yeah, it never, because I was really trying to figure out for myself, right, what makes Blueprint feel like Outer Wilds in some ways, but then not in others. And I think that was it. That was the staticness of Blueprints. The discovery feels very similar. What's happening in my brain feels very similar in those two games. I mean, outside of the drafting system, that's more, you know, that's a little bit what sets, I think, Blueprints apart, right? The drafting thing, but the way you find hints and accumulate that knowledge and then think of trying another thing, and then that thing works, and then you get another information, another discovery. That part for me in my brain is very much Outer Wilds, right? It feels the same. But then the actual interaction with the game is very different. Blueprints feels very static, whereas Outer Wilds always felt like a sandbox, a playground where I could, like, physically, you know, interact with the world in a lot more free-form way. And that made me think about Obra Dinn, and why I didn't like Obra Dinn that much is because both aspects felt very static. The gameplay had really nothing too interesting, right? You don't really do anything that fascinating, like, mechanically in Obra Dinn. And the discovery feels very sort of more like a checklist of things that you're, you know, like you're slowly checking off things, which is literally what you do in the game. But it doesn't feel as free in terms of like the brain part, right? That discovery of sort of like Chinese dolls of information and knowledge, right? It's more like a massive registry that you have to find the common things and check cross out like elimination processes and all that. It feels more like busy work to me than the beautiful discovery of blueprints or Outer Wilds. Yeah, RTZ? Interesting. I mean, maybe it's a matter of semantics, right? How do we define the mechanical aspect of it? I think to me, the part that I'm looking at is in terms of your interaction with the world, nothing ever changes in blueprints. You change the rooms, but once you enter a room, like the way you pick up stuff, the way you interact with the world, it's very static. It doesn't really change, right? Whereas Outer Wilds has this sort of integral chaos to the experience, right? There's this sort of something's always happening around you, even if you don't do anything, right? Right now, I'm not doing anything. Nothing is happening in blueprints, as far as I can tell. If maybe there's stuff that's happening in real time that I'm not aware of, but let's ignore that for the sake of my understanding of the game, right? But regardless, Outer Wilds, very obviously something's always happening. Right? The world changes constantly, even if you don't do anything. And so it creates those chaotic situations where there's unpredictable stuff happening. Depending on when you go where, something different can happen. Or if you don't play very well and you make a mistake in your actual like movement and all that, suddenly something like dramatic happens, right? You fall into something, or you just collide with some. I'm trying to be vague for the sake of spoilers, but to me that's like constant, moment to moment changes that make the game chaotic in a way that makes it like more mechanically sort of dynamic. But yeah. Yeah, that I can see that, Quasi. Yeah, that's a good point. But yeah, just a little tangent about thoughts on game design, because I think it's interesting to. I was a little, I was trying to understand for myself why this felt familiar and at the same time very different fundamentally. And I think I was able to put my finger on those things, and I'm pretty happy with it. Oh god, it's gonna be a code again. Oh boy. Oh god! Oh no, there's a letter! Oh boy. Okay, it's a decagon. Decagram? I don't know. 10 sides. Whatever. The Mancini. How did I end up here? We took the red door after activating it in the boiler room. Do I have anything? Mix of letters and... There's only one number, and it's the number 8. Huh. That's kind of weird. Yeah, my notes. Hold on, let me bring up the notes so you can see what I'm looking. Well, that's the thing, though, RGZ. I think, unless I'm misunderstanding what you're saying, to me, that's an argument to what I'm saying, which my point is, blueprints happens more in the brain. You need to find a password for a door. You need to, like, solve something in your brain. Then translating that into the execution in-game is very simple. You just turn the keys to the right numbers that you figured out within your brain by looking around and finding stuff. Whereas Outer Wilds asks you to take the thing in your hand and be like, okay, how do I mechanically turn those things so that they fit? I actually have to interact with the things. It's not a brain thing, it's a tactile thing. How do I, you know, if we continue with that analogy, right? Okay. Yeah, I think it's mostly semantics then. It's a case of definition of what we mean by, you know, mechanical interaction with the game. Dude, I have no clue of what this could be. I think it's interesting that one of them's a number and not a letter. I think that's, I don't know, notable. Could be a red herring. What if the drumming is a hint? Hear me out. What if the drumming is a hint that presents itself in rhythmical notation? It's such a weird thing, having these drums banging, and it's not meant to be the soundtrack because the other soundtrack's still playing on top of it. It's clearly meant to be like sort of an in-world thing. I don't know if it's related to what I'm trying to solve right now. Probably not, but I'm just gonna leave the lock on this for a second. What if that's the code? Hold on. Not. That would have been funny. This luck is not woke, nope. I mean, it is bearing red colors, so it kind of makes sense. Just saying. Yeah, I think we did a good job, like, sidestepping any actual information, Vic. Don't worry. This has to be something. At some point I need to listen to that drumming from a room where you hear it better, and just like actually start notating something on the ground, like something on my notes. Wait. Save 8 dates, small count. I am so intrigued by this thing. Reds. Like robe, lobe, dome, boom, there be. What's up, macchiato? Oh. Eric. It could be a name. I mean... Oh, hold on. Shit. I thought it could be Mary. Zoro, how are you? I have a feeling that at some point I may have found an important information for this one, and then I forgot. I don't know why I feel that way, but I feel that way. What was the name? There was a name on those statues. That's relatable, yeah. Oh, how about the unused pairings of the words? Raft. There's C. Oh, come on, game. There's an S and an R, but... RS SRD. I mean, SCRD doesn't do anything. It's not a word. SCRD. Skirt. That's how I feel right now. Something like that drumming, I don't know. It's probably not related to what I'm doing right now, but I don't know. Yeah, I'm stumped. I cannot figure this one out right now. Well, I mean, at least we know there's a puzzle here, so... I just saw it as I was walking away. I had to try. Let me take a screenshot of that combination so I don't forget. Put it on the notes. Different bread, Wibbles, but I appreciate your innocence. I don't think Twitch allows emotes for that one. You are probably right. They just released like new guidelines. Well, updated guidelines. I think they're the same rules as before, but just made it clearer. So, yeah. Some extensions. Oh, right, yeah. For the weird emotes, yeah. Absolutely. But we don't talk about those. We're not weirdos around here. No, sir. These nodes are getting massive. Out of control. 600 nodes almost. 600 like individual entries. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I have the knowledge I need to solve this one yet. just... The fact that there's a number is so weird to me. Like, it has to be a hint of some kind. Like, why do you have a number if the number's not the actual... I mean, it could be, again, red herring, right? But if only one of them's a number, it has to be the number. I refuse to believe it's not the number. I don't know. Let's get out of here. Try to find more stuff to do in the house, I guess. Alright, well, I was excited about the red door. I'm glad I opened it. Wasn't the revelation I was hoping for. I was hoping for something a little more monumental, I guess. Game's definitely having a bit more of a subtle approach. So obviously there's a bunch of stuff down there, which I'm excited to. What if 8 is not supposed to be the only the number, but like the sound, and it's you know, spells a word, but with 8 being used as the end of the word, right? Something, you know, like irate, right? 8. If that's the case, hold on. If that's the case, there can't be that many options. I mean, it seems like a stretch, like, frankly, but... That the one? I think? Oh, fuck. Hold on. I need to... Oh, my God. I'm lost. I need to first go through the... lower part of it. I even have an idea of what it could be, but I don't know if the letters are there. EST and 8. I don't know. It's cheesy, but what if that's it? Oh, God, I need to turn the fucking thing. I don't even remember which side it is. Oh God, I should have been taking notes, like adding notes to my I have the map of the thing, but not the top level. Yeah, I was saying that earlier. Like, thank God you don't use like 5 steps each way. Okay, so the one I'm trying to get to is this one, so one more. Hey Vivi, what's up? How are you doing today? Chilling. Nice. It's going. You know, I'm trying to solve puzzles and mysteries. God damn it! It would have been too obvious. Bait, date. Late. It would be so funny if that was the solution. Mate. Bait. Date. Late. Try to figure out what you play until PoE 2 update. Yeah, that's... I get it. It's hard when your main game's just not doing much right now. Relate! Come on, game. Rotate? No, I don't think there's a T there. That would have been so funny. I don't know. I feel like I'm onto something, but I'm not. It doesn't. I don't know. I sedate. I don't know. I don't think that's it. was an interesting guess, but I think I'm missing important information for this one. So let's go back to the house and try to figure out more stuff to do. I don't know, something about this rhythm, I think. I mean, okay, now one objective that I can focus on right now is trying to get that reservoir lowered. And that's a big fucking thing because I haven't played around with the pump room that much. And I fear like I need to be able to connect the boiler room to the pump room. I don't know, the boiler stuff I haven't experimented with the boiler room very much yet. I feel like there's so much more to do with that boiler room that I haven't touched on, and that scares me a little bit because it gets into like the, you know, considerations of having to connect specific rooms together. Like it becomes very rigid in the way we need to connect things. So yeah, it should be interesting, right? It's a new thing to try to figure out, so let's do that. I don't know about this one. I don't know about this one. I think I'm kind of forced to take the tunnel, unfortunately. I don't want to miss the sale. But the sale today is clearly useless. And I don't think I want to redraw this. Oh, what is that? Oh, that's just a normal fly. What the fuck? How is it? Well, I mean, the other day I saw a mosquito. I was very upset. A mosquito in mid-November in the middle of the night. What are we doing? Yeah, I think I have to take the tunnel by process of elimination, which is very annoying. Yeah, I have a few, hold on, I have a few, I need to adjust my checklist, actually. Okay, we did open the red room. Yeah, figure out the locker code, the luck code in the upper, wheel, that the room, the gears room or whatever they're called. So there's a few things I can try but require items. Magnifying glass, the sledgehammer, improved sledgehammer, the jackhammer. So the only thing I really can focus on right now is the reservoir level. Oh, I need to check the tomb if I have access to it. Oh, god damn it. That was from the foundations. I need to go back down. Oh, the lighter in the tombs. Yeah. Yeah. Those are my current sort of threads. Yes. What do I do with this? I'm going back down. Let me check the map. Oh my god, I cannot go there. I need to enter from... Oh, fuck. I can't go there because the cart's blocking the way. Fucking cart, man. I need to move that cart. That cart is in the way. I need to move that cart. Next beginning of a run, or if for some reason this run dies and I go outside, I need to move that cart. It's in the worst position. Alright, at least I didn't waste steps for this, because I was gonna go back anyway. What's up, Flamingo? How are you doing today? Alright. Now the problem is, I can't maintain the red door open, which is fine. I mean, maybe I need to figure out a way to have... What if I do this? And then this. What? What? Oh, okay. Never mind. Yeah, this is very annoying. Okay, let's try to see if we can do something out of this. Oh, what? Hey, my amplifier works. Hell yeah. About to practice free camming while I lurk. I understand exactly what you mean, but it could mean a lot of different things. Good luck. She's talking about League of Legends. She wants to practice unlocking her camera while she plays to be able to, you know, look around and not play with a locked camera. Not good. Yeah, for a second I was like, hold on, what? What is Emmy talking about? If you're gonna do camming, you gotta get paid for it. What monster plays League with a locked camera? Beginners. I don't know, Sila. I wonder how those old school websites are doing these days. Yeah, I don't know. It's not necessarily not an industry I'm too familiar with. Okay, do I want to redraw? Do I want to use the study? Because the study could be really cool here, but it's a little late, it feels like. Billiard room's gonna give me a bunch of keys, which I don't think we need that much anymore. So I guess the study... It's a bit risky, but if we can get some good exit out of the tunnel, I think we'll be fine. But yeah, no, I mean, it makes sense. Like, the locked camera is, you know, it's a lot less to think about. You can just move your character, and like, especially if you played like games like Diablo or stuff like that, you know, it's just, you're used to your character just being camera locked. For me, it was very easy to transition because I played a bunch of RTSs, right, growing up and all that. So moving a camera around felt very intuitive. It felt like a downgrade in terms of like, you know, mechanical requirement, because I only had one character to move around instead of many armies all over the place. So moving the camera felt very natural, and I only had one character to move, so it just felt very easy. It felt like a, you know, a downgrade in terms of like mechanical skills needed. But obviously, if you came from the other side of it, playing games with locked cameras, again, Diablo and all that stuff, then it's, you know, you have to learn a whole new thing. So. I think the most important thing, Emmy, before you get too like you get too much muscle memory built, is pick the right button to move your camera. You don't want to move your camera by moving your mouse to the edges too much. Sometimes, I mean, I can't even do that. I think the way I have it set up, if I move my cursor outside of the window, it just goes outside the window. It doesn't even lock on the screen. Because I don't want to accidentally move the camera when I'm just moving my mouse. For me, I need to press middle mouse button, which for me is like my... I set it up on the... hold on, you can't see shit. On the finger button there, I have like another button right next to the, right, this little button here. If I press it and I move my mouse, it drags the camera around, right? That's, yeah, black on black. I know. That's the way I personally like doing it. I like dragging the camera around, right? Not pushing the camera by going to the edges. Try both options, see what works best for you. Yeah, I think camera drag is fantastic. It feels very intuitive that you can just like, you know, move the camera around by basically you imagine it as like you grab the map and you move, you know, you move your board around. That's basically how I picture it in my head. If I'm picturing it. Yeah, I know, Goose. It's a matter of getting used to, right? That's why I'm saying to Emmy, like, try both things and see what works for you before you develop muscle memory, because you could suddenly be like, oh man, I wish I had learned drag to move or something. But yeah, drag to move for me is so intuitive. I have a few codes to try in here. Hold on. June 15th, so I don't think it's the American date, but I'm gonna try. Nope. 1506. Nope. 1983. Nope. 6840. 01. Nope. What if the Queen has something to do with the code? So the Queen is D8 on the board, right? Which is technically, like, if we translate that into numbers, that's 4, 8. And then the other one would be D1, which is 41. 4841. This is the point, we've officially reached the point of the game where I'm starting to feel stupid. Now I'm reaching the point where I'm like, man, I feel like I'm struggling. I've been struggling since we've opened the door. Up until the point where we were searching for room 46, I was like, yeah, I feel like I'm doing pretty well. I'm happy with my performance. And now I'm like, holy shit, I feel like an idiot. I feel like I don't understand what I'm trying to do, and I can't find any codes, and like nothing works, and... About damn time? Well, thanks. Ah, man. I really wish we had a shovel for this one. God, this amplifier thing is so good. Like, it's actually amazing. Okay, I don't think I like any of these. I'm gonna redraw. Fuck! This is so annoying because we get stuck, but we absolutely... The greenhouse would have been so good! I think I need to go for the drawing room just for the sake of opening the space. But the greenhouse, we could have opened the fucking antechamber. Ah, damn it! We just have no way... We have no path forward. Also, I mean, I need... At some point, I need to get, like, an improved sledgehammer and get the greenhouse. That's something I need to do. Break that wall. Break the walls down. I just want a good single-player RTS in the traditional build a base and then defend it style. Isn't there... Wait, wasn't there like a new RTS that came out recently that was pretty good? In that fashion. Yeah, I feel like there's a bunch of like... There's a sort of like a revival of RTSs recently that came out, but... Well, I don't think... okay, I didn't think about like we are... there are billions. I feel like that's a little bit different, right? Although, I mean, it fits the sort of premise, right? You build a base and you defend. That's the whole thing. Yeah. Age of Mythology remake, yeah. I mean, Wibble, if you haven't tried There Are Billions, though, I would. Like, that's exactly what you're trying to... Like, what you're talking about. The whole... It's not like a classic RTS, right? It's just like, really, you build a base, you defend. It's all about defending against waves of fucking... zombies or whatever. There Are Billions is really cool. If you haven't played it. Oh, jeez. Strong recommendation. This is annoying. Actually, maybe it's not that bad, the kitchen here. Like, the drawing room can lead us to the antechamber north, even though I doubt we're gonna find a way to open it. I just don't know what to do with the kitchen. Let's redraw, whatever. Oh my god. Fuck, because the dining room is really good here. The dining room here is actually insane. But I don't think I can pass on the drafting studio. Like, this run's, you know, this run's not going anywhere else, I don't think. I think we've done most of what we could do in this one. We're just, like, we're kind of building towards the next one at this point. We're trying to set up the next one in the best way possible. Getting a new permanent room that we don't have yet. Pretty damn good. It's hard for me to pass on. Obviously the dining room would be nuts, but I think I have to go for it. Yeah, I have to go for it. It doesn't really prevent us from doing anything, so let's do that. Also, it gives us a plan of 2 days Great Hall in case we end up finding it. Which could be good, because we have the... Oh, yeah, there's this little shit. Oh, fuck that one. Okay, hold on. I need the yeah. I need a magnifying glass to do this one. Never mind. We're good. Okay, so the bottom ones are the sides and then small. Okay, so top and bottom one. I'll remember that. Surely. I like how you're glad you can't even try to guess. Listen. In the drafting studio, you will be able to choose a brand new floor plan to permanently add to your draft pool. The kennel? Each time you dig in a room, unlock all doors in that room? Whoa. The vestibule. Whenever you enter the vestibule, 3 of the doors in this room unlock and the 4th becomes locked. Okay. And the solarium. You are more likely to draw unusual and rare rooms while drafting. I'm sorry, this one's really cool. Like, the solarium sounds amazing in theory. I do like the kennel. I think it's, you know, love dogs. But like the solarium's very tempting. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the solarium. I think. Although getting another hole that has like 4 different outs is pretty good. Instead of getting another dead end, right? I'm going solarium. Yeah. A quaint floral sitting room surrounded entirely by tinted glass panes. This room is ideal for tea in the afternoons or getting some sun without the hassle of going outside. Sure. Let's do it. Alright, now let's see what we can do. Oh shit, how many steps do I have? 26. Hold on. Uh-oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13, 14, 15, 16. Oh god. Starting to run out of steps because we need to go back to the code check. Let's try to find the dining room. Oh, come on. That's the first time my new lockpick fails. There we go. Perfect. And it's perfectly rotated. What more do you want? Coins. Today we get chicken, poultry, and fries. We do not have a trophy room. That's fine. I could have tried to open the rooms first to see if we found a trophy room, but whatever. Okay. Let's see what we can find down there now. God, I love the improved... Oh, now I get a nursery. Yeah, thanks. I'm gonna redraw. Oh, come on! Oh, hey! It's Solarium. Nice. Fucking hell. Okay, there's an argument to... Maybe set up the mail room and try to get a package tomorrow? On the next run, right? I feel like I'm wasting... Like, I have so many steps and they're all gonna go to waste. Such a shame. Well, actually, not completely to waste. I know what I'm gonna do with them. I mean, the casino, I don't have that much gold. I'll just do the mailroom thing. Yeah, let's do that. Order placed. Thank you. That's exciting. Ooh. Oh. From Dad. Oh. Hold on. A dedicated mailing room in which incoming and outgoing posts and packages are sorted and then delivered within the estate to their intended recipient. You know, there's something this just made me realize something. I stopped thinking in terms of, you know what, you need to find new rooms because it's going to give you more hints. I stopped thinking in that way. I just need to draft new rooms. There's more stuff to be found and more information to be gathered. There's a lot of rooms that I have yet to draft, even though we were offered since the beginning of the game. Like the laundry room and whatnot, so I just keep... For the next couple runs, if I get to do one of those things on my checklist, I will. But my main focus is going to be open every new room you can find, as long as it doesn't completely kill the run. That's going to be my main goal going forward in the next few runs. You heard it here first. It's a promise. Mail room. Let's see. All right. All right. Dad, 1809 Alice DR. What that means. Fenaries 63022 SKR 6789. All these could be interesting codes to try. Simon P. Jones, Mount Holly Estate, Fenaries 6308. Hey buddy, how's it going up there in that big house? I think most people would be pretty scared being alone for this length of time, but I have a feeling you're doing just fine. I imagine you happy as a clam, perfectly content on the estate, with the exploration and opportunities for adventure that present themselves each day. As I am writing this, you're currently in the garage packing the tent. I wanted to try to post this letter before we depart tomorrow, so that it has a chance to arrive during your first few days on the estate, but with all the preparations, I'm not sure that I'm going to find the time. There's so much I want to say, and I'm sure I'll forget to tell you Friday night. Sometimes, also, just note to myself, I really wish I had a permanent magnifying glass. I'm gonna have to check all that again when I have it. Sometimes it's easier for me to just jot this stuff down. You're yelling at me right now to come bring you a pillowcase. Hold on a second, I'll be right back. I can tell you're really excited, but I think you might feel a little guilty about being so happy the day after the funeral. Believe me, I know how long Uncle Herbert worked on setting this up for you, and I know from our conversations just how much happiness this final project brought him. So do both of us a favor, be excited. The house really is amazing. I know it's been almost 7 years since we were last up here, and I'm really curious to hear just how much you remember from those summer trips. You've always been smarter than me at this kind of thing, so I'm not sure how much guidance or inspiration I can offer before your trip that will actually be useful to you. Despite my best intentions, I'm sure that on Friday I'll end up leaving you with a few of my overused cliche expressions when we say farewell. Later, alligator, Dad. Please, P.S. Get some sleep each night and don't spend all your time each day playing dirigiblocks. If I could, I would. Game's not working. Okay, well, let's take a screenshot of those pages just in case. What a nice little letter. Come on, game. I feel like there's one important information in here, which is that it's been 7 years since we've been there. I wonder if maybe that matters date-wise. Obviously, the dates are important. Oh. I took a screenshot of every page. Another bunch of numbers, which I don't suspect actually mean anything, but who the fuck knows? Please return all correspondence and packages addressed to Denny Revan to sender as he no longer is employed with our staff. And of course there's a fucking thing down there. Prove? Fucking hell, I need a... I'll screenshot that next time I come with a magnifying glass so I can do the full thing. Utility room fuse box. Indicator settings. More detailed instructions will be sent by electronic mail. The address client has provided. Any button to activate blue. Press a blue indicator next to a red indicator to activate... What? Okay, I thought this utility box was just you activate the things, and I never actually questioned what it did. Honestly, my thought was this activates like the boiler room indicators. That was my thought, which now that I think about it, doesn't make very much sense. I never actually thought there was something like actually interactive about it. Hold on. Ouch. How do I make this work? We noticed? I mean, that's the thing. That's the beauty of a game like that, right? Our brains all work differently. And depending on when you find something or what your mindset is at some point, you either take note of it and then you're like, oh, this is an interesting mystery, or you just disregard it and you're like, whatever, this is probably nothing. And then you just like, it's like filed in the category of this doesn't matter, and then you never think about it again. But it's great. It's next to the code check, so we can go and experiment with that right now. Very happy with this. And that's also a great example of how many times in the game have we found a document and I was like, oh yeah, I knew that already, right? Because I figured it out. This is one of the first times where I find a document and I'm like, oh, what? Like, it actually shows me that there was this whole thing that I completely missed. And we were talking when the first few days I was playing this, right? We were talking about the way the tutorialization of the game is done. How it gives you space and time to experiment before giving you sort of the answers and the hey, this is the thing you can, mess with. And I think this is a great example of, the other side of it, because so far for me it's mostly been like, oh yeah, I found that, but I already figured that out, or I already knew I could do something about it. This is one of the first instances of, hey, this thing you completely ignored is actually a thing. I think this is really cool. The game doesn't completely abandon you. It's still, you can feel the, the quiet guiding hand of the dev showing up when you need it, but not being overbearing. I think it's very hard to do. So, props. Do you want to create a game someday? Yes. Very much. Sub-Zia. The music room is fine here. I mean, there's no chance we open any of the doors at this. Well. Get a couple of keys, see if we find something notable. Ogre. Good. We're in the process of not really. I have a few ideas that I'm working on and that I'm hoping to maybe do like a sort of proof of concept with. Maybe using something like RenP or RPG Maker just to like sort of practice writing a whole full like, narrative flow for a game. It's mostly the writing part that I'm interested in, much less like the rest of it. I would love to be a game writer. I wouldn't love to be like a game coder or anything. That part interests me less. But yeah, I'm trying to find a way to maybe do like proof of concepts or just experiment and practice with it. A few things that I'm thinking of doing, add some like proper experience. But we'll see, we'll see. No rush. So many things I want to do. A What? Oh my god, I don't have enough steps. I'm running out of steps. How do I do this? Hold on. Okay, give me a bedroom. Thanks. Is there an argument to take the freezer there and keep those few things for tomorrow? And it's not that much, probably not. I mean, I don't have the fucking... No, the servant's quarter wouldn't do anything for me. I need to redraw. Oh my god. And now I find a fucking vault. You gotta be shitting me, dude. I can buy a book on my way back. With the money from the vault. Which I think is good. I think that's a valuable, way to spend my money there. Okay, hold on. Once I'm done with picking up stuff in here, we're gonna have some math to do. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the math section of this playthrough. Okay, let me go back to what I'm forced to go back to, which is the foundation. Yeah, I need to go back at least to the foundation. And then we can calculate how to best do all of this. The Daniel math, nice. Why didn't I think of that? In fact, I told the story before, but when I was in high school, my math teacher didn't like me very much. I mean, no, it's fine. I just wasn't a very good student. I wasn't very applied. But anyway, I didn't apply myself very much. He, checkmate in French is échec et mat, which, interestingly, échec means failure, right? So, basically, literally translated, checkmate means failure and mate, right? But it's pronounced mat, which, funny enough, is both how my name is pronounced and how math is pronounced in French. Mat, les maths, right? Mathématiques. And so, whenever he would give me back one of my tests where I did poorly, he would always say, like, échec et mat, which, you know, is a wordplay on a lot of levels, which I always found very funny. Let's, I also, hold on, have I read the vault room? I didn't miss it, I don't think. Proved him wrong? Ugh, I don't know about that. I wish I was better at math. Like advanced math, right? Alright, let's think. I need to go back to the Sanctum. I also need to go back to the code check and the utility closet. We have 34 steps to play with. And we need to hit the bookshop as well. What if I go through the outside? Can I even go through the outside, or am I gonna get stuck? I might get stuck. This is awkward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm really paying for how weird my middle part is there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 7, 8, 9. 10, 11. 12, 13. I could not go to the closet and save 2 steps, but 13. 14, 15, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, yeah, 21, 22. And then I have 12 steps or whatever to play with. Now, the only thing I'm thinking about, which might be a problem, is what if I get rid of my bracelet? What if I get rid of my bracelet and then unlocks... Oh, it says now unlocks one of the 8 doors. It didn't say before. Unlocks one of the 8 doors. Holy fuck. That's actually what it is. Okay. Because I was just assuming, but now it like No, I know. What if I unlock one of the 8 doors and then I need gems to draft one of these doors? Or did you pick up the Sanctum key in the music room? Which is another, again, like, how the game just turns everything around. We thought it was the end of the run. I was like, eh, whatever, you know, I'm just gonna fill those rooms, but this is pretty much it. We don't have anything else to do. And then suddenly, you know, everything switched. And now we have another big adventure, and it's another one of those things. Like, God, this game is so interesting. The RNG of it just makes it so interesting to play. Because you never know. Any run could suddenly become something completely different than what you expected. Okay, let's assume I go down right now. That's 33, 2, 1, 0. 29, 27, 26, 28. Maybe even 27 when we're back up there. And that's assuming the best case scenario. 27, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, we should be fine, right? Because then we don't have to go do the big back and forth, because the underground costs a lot less steps than above ground. So having to not backtrack above ground is probably better. How many steps do I need from the foundation to get to the code check? That's what I need to know, and then I need to keep track. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Minus 2 because of the bedroom, but let's not even think of that. Let's just assume worst case scenario because, you know, let's say 12. I need to be back to the foundation with 12 steps. All right, let's use that as our baseline. Yeah, Captain Nax? I get it. I mean, I think, to me, it's one of those things where I don't think the RNG is that... You have so... Well, okay, let me... Yes, on... The smaller the scale at which you look at it, like the more granularly you look at it, if that's even a word, the more RNG matters. The next room, RNG matters a lot, obviously. But like over the course of a run, it matters less. Over the course of several runs, it mattered. Like, I haven't been stuck that much. I've always had goals, and I've always pretty much managed to find a way to achieve them outside of a few. Like, at least, you know, if you give me 3 runs, I can pretty much do whatever I want, right? Every time I had a goal, I was able to achieve it within a couple of runs. Which I understand doesn't mean there's no RNG, but I think you have so much control over it. You have so much decision making. It doesn't feel like I'm just gambling. It doesn't feel like I'm just like rolling dice and hoping for the best, right? But I don't know, maybe I understand the perspective. Maybe the card game player in me is sort of used to that type of RNG, the kind of RNG you can manipulate and play around, right? So maybe that's why it didn't feel that much. Like, I still, you know, like, I play a card game, yeah, the RNG matters sometimes and it's annoying, but most of the time when you play a card game, you know, you win if you're better. It's just what it is, at least over the course of a few games, right? Like, if you put me against the world champion Magic the Gathering player, I'm not gonna win a lot of games, even if we play the same decks, right? It's just, there's, you know, maybe I'll take 1 or 2 because I'm lucky, but I'm gonna lose 80% of the time, at least, right? Maybe more. So... It's a neat expression of the draft, the open lane wisdom of drafting games. Applied that mystery thread is utterly bizarre. Yeah. It was never an issue, but complaint I hear a lot. Yeah, and I get it. I get it. And listen, I wouldn't be as categorical as Strange Pie, but I do think that, yes, the less you understand how to manipulate the RNG and play around it, the more it's going to feel like it's annoying, right? And obviously, not everyone vibes with the idea of... Not everyone likes the concept of manipulating the RNG, the game, right? It's not a gameplay... Like, it's not a style of gameplay that will appeal to anyone. That's why a lot of people don't like card games. Because it's all about RNG manipulation and like, taking into account the RNG and playing around a variety of options and thinking about your outs and all that stuff, right? Not everyone vibes with that. Not everyone wants to learn that. But yes, I do agree that fundamentally, the more you understand those concepts, the more you play with those concepts in mind, the less RNG is going to affect you. I don't feel like RNG has affected me a lot during my playthrough so far. We're on day 14. There's maybe one day where I feel like I got screwed. One particular set of 4 rooms, you remember the ones, where we never drafted a north exit, where I think I played well, but I just got screwed, right? But every other run that sort of felt like it ended and we weren't very lucky and it just sort of like didn't go very far, I feel like I misplayed. I was greedy, I didn't take the right rooms when I should have, and I even like voiced it. I was like, I should probably take this here, but I'm gonna be greedy and take the risky option, and then it just punished me, right? I don't remember a lot of moments where I was like, oh yeah, I completely got screwed by RNG there. I feel like over the 50 plus hours I've played, there was one instance where I was like, well, I think I played really well and I just got screwed. So, and even then, like, I could have made different decisions, I'm sure. But I think some people can get upset when they're trying to do a specific task. It doesn't work out to help them. Best way to... Sure. And I think maybe maybe I will feel different when my task list sort of shrinks. Right now I have a lot of things I can do all over the map, so to speak. So I kind of always have something to do in each run, and I still have new rooms to discover. And I'm sure as I reach like sort of the very end game, so to speak, maybe that will be more of a problem when there's, you know, I have drafted all the rooms and I know what's in them and I just like trying to do one specific thing. But I feel like at this point, if you get to that point, you probably really like the game, right? So we're, you know, it becomes like a point where it's like, okay, at this point the RNG is a bit annoying, but I already like the game. I'm not trying to convince myself that I enjoy the game despite the RNG, right? So I don't know. The most frequent complaint I hear about the RNG is that it doesn't serve any purpose in the narrative or gameplay. Only makes things unnecessarily more tedious. Yeah, I fundamentally disagree with that on the gameplay aspect of it, at least. Is the RNG tied to the narrative? I don't know if I see it right now, but maybe I'll find something later. We can't really go too deep into that because I feel like maybe there's going to be revelations that I still have to uncover that will make me, you know, look at the RNG in a thematic way that maybe makes sense. But let's put that conversation for another time. But as far as gameplay goes, I mean, I don't understand how you could make that argument. Obviously, the RNG serves the gameplay. It serves the gameplay you might not enjoy, which again is like the sort of deck building card game sort of mechanic of RNG manipulation and playing around RNG and all that. But that's the fun part. That's what, you know, that's the fun part if you like that kind of game. I love card games. I enjoy doing those things. So to me, obviously the RNG adds so much to the gameplay. I wouldn't have enjoyed exploring this game just like on the surface level as much if it didn't have the RNG. The RNG is what makes every run so exciting for me. If this was a fixed house to explore, I wouldn't be half as interested as I am. I can safely say that. But again, that's a preference thing. I just think it's flat out wrong to say that the RNG doesn't do anything for the gameplay. Maybe you don't like it, but it absolutely does. What's up, Trooper? How are you doing? For me, the strategy RNG part of the game clashed too much with the puzzle part. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, again, like preferences, right? To me, it goes hand in hand. I personally, at least so far, I find that it goes hand in hand so well. I love how it sort of it forces an even more non-linear approach to every situations in the game, to the knowledge that's there to acquire, to finding solution. It adds sort of that a layer of mystery, right? That you wouldn't have otherwise, because you find things in a different order. You have rooms you never draft because for whatever reason, then suddenly you do it and opens up an entire thing. And I don't know. I think it. To me, it distills the mystery in a way that I find very exciting, more so than if it was just an open, like a normal, you know, fixed house that you would explore. But again, a purely preference thing. Yeah, I also agree with that, Sila. But that's not specific to the RNG, I think. That's more of a... The game pretends to be something, and then you find out that it's not. I think that's very powerful. I personally love that. And again, I'm sure many people don't like that. They want something to be what's on the tin, so to speak, right? They go watch Dawn Till Dusk. They want a road trip movie with Tarantino and George Clooney. They don't want a vampire movie, right? Because they expected something different. To me, love it. Love the switch. Love the bait and switch. Love the surprises. Exciting, you know. So yeah, that's a personality thing, I think. Now I wonder what that theoretical movie would be like. Well, I mean, watch Dusk Till Dawn, right? That's kind of what we're talking about, right? It pretends to be something else, and then it's something entirely different. But anyway, I think ultimately it comes down to personal preferences. But I do think it's a bit. It would be silly to pretend that the RNG doesn't have a meaningful impact on the gameplay in a way that matters. That to me just makes no sense. All right, hold on. So we were at 34, right? So I need to keep track of how many steps I'm using right now. That's going to be 32 down there. Yeah. So we're 2 steps in right now. Oh, it's already set up correctly. Nice. I actually could have gone through from the outside. Oh, Dusk Till Dawn without the Switch? Well, it's just a road trip movie with Tarantino and George Clooney, right? 31. Okay, so that's 3 steps so far. Yeah, we'll be good. I don't think we're gonna use that many steps. Yeah, I understand that, Engtar. I get it. And maybe I would have felt the same way, depending on how, you know, in my case, it just played out perfectly. I was actually trying to get to the room and we got there, right? But if it happened randomly while I was trying to do something different, maybe I would have a different feeling about it. Well, okay, can I open any of them? I can. I don't know which one I want to open. I think I'm going to just start with the one on the left and go from there. This key will permanently open one of the inner sanctum doors. Do you wish to use it on this door? Hold on. Oh, hold on. There's symbols on the floor. Hold on. I wonder if the number of angles means something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. This one's 5. 5. Hold on. Gotta make a map. Oh, this is delicious. Love it. I love when a run comes back alive from, you know, from the and again, that's why I personally love the RNG so much, is I thought that run was dead. And then suddenly it's a whole thing. Okay, let's see. Angles. 12. Whoops, sorry about that. Are we sure about 12? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, hold on. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12, 5, 5, 6, 6, 6, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. This one's 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. And this one's 4. Five, 5, 6, 6, 4, 5, 4, 6. Let's see. There was another thing with plenty of numbers. Where was it? Wait. Nah. What if the letter? What if the numbers are letters? Pretty basic puzzle solving mystery, but L-E-E. You know what? I don't think so. I'll keep it just in case, but you know. All right, well, that doesn't really help me make a decision. I mean, that symbol has been seen on a lot of those maps. You know that there's a whole map? Hold on. I actually still have it in here somewhere. Yeah, this thing. That's the same symbol. Which, frankly, makes me extremely interested to open that particular door, like more than any other. Because, I mean, the other symbols, I'm not too sure what this is. This could be the mount, but not really, because the mount has like an extra one. This looks like one of those time things with the sand. What's it called again? A sand. Why am I blanking on that? Hourglass. Thank you. Jeez. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. And that's a diamond. You know what? Let's open this one. Because, I don't know. The symbol's interesting. Yes. Oh my god. Oh my god, what is this? Oh god, what is this? The music. Holy fuck. Oh! That note right there? Oh my god, dude, this is so good. Sela, I was literally about to say that. This is the robbery of all, like, this is the worst robbery of the history of the Game Awards. By far. Game of the Year, I think it is, but whatever. I understand. It's a, you know, people want their popular little shitty wide net casting games to win Game of the Year. I understand. But the soundtrack? Come on. This is legit one of the best soundtracks of all time, not just this year. Yeah, Sela. I haven't played Alan Wake 2. I'm excited. I'm excited to get there. I'm not sure that are the nominees based. Oh, please! I wanted the music to continue. Are the nominees actually decided by popular vote? I didn't think so. I thought the winner was part a panel and a small part like votes. But I thought the nominees were like only like a panel, right? Like a, you know, like a panel of people selecting. The panel is majority not native English though. Yeah, but this feels like a weird argument. This feels like cope, honestly. I don't know. I'm not saying it's not a mistake. It should have been nominated, but I don't know. Do we really think there's a lot of like gaming journalists that don't all speak English at least a little bit? Enough to play games? That seems like a stretch, but yeah, I don't know. It doesn't. I don't. That seems like I don't know. Maybe it's true, but it feels like a bit of a stretch of an explanation to me. But I'm trying to think about like other examples of games that won like Game of the Year, which heavily featured like, you know, linguistic stuff. I don't know. Yeah, Sila, I don't think Expedition 33 winning soundtrack is... I don't think that's a robbery. I think, if anything, that's the only award it should win. But yeah, this deserved at least a nomination. But anyway, I don't know. I think ultimately we'll never know. We will never know why this game wasn't nominated for the awards it deserved, but I've heard the English theory before. I think it's a bit weird. I don't believe in it. Yeah, I think it's more that, Macaron. I think it's more just, it's a small indie niche game with very specific approach to gameplay and everything, which I think just isn't that popular. It's a bad political choice to nominate this game for Game of the Year. They want to hit the big publishers, you know, they want to please the mainstream sort of... They want eyes on their awards, and for that you need to, you know, nominate the games that will get you there. In a way, I feel like the awards are serving themselves more than they're serving the games, right? Maybe, Quasi. I don't know. I think... I don't know, I've expressed it before, but I think the fact that the entire list is sequels, franchises, and spiritual successors is a kind of a big shame. But again, I guess it's a good representation of the state of the industry, I guess. Let's put it this way. Anyway, let's play with this thing and see what happens. I don't know what this is about. One, two, three, four, 5 stages. Okay, one's a button. Does nothing if I haven't done anything. Why is this game so esoteric? I love it. Obviously, the only symbol I recognize is yeah, the sound effect is... I love it. This one looks like the one we got at the Secret Garden. Oh my god, it's actually the Secret Garden thing. I'm actually gonna be able to solve this. Oh, wait. Oh my god. Hold on. I know what I'm supposed to do. It's gonna be a little more difficult than I thought to get there. Okay, that's what I'm supposed to get to. I'm gonna bring the notes down. That's what I'm looking at right now in my notes. That's what I'm supposed to draw. All right, let's start. Put on our thinking caps. That's the one. But hold on. It's segmented in like weird parts. No shit. Is there any way for me to... No, I think that's just the way it looks. It's like the one on the stele we found, or whatever it's called in English. This thing. It's circles, right? Not segments, but I think that's just the way this one looks. So I think that's it. I think that's what it's supposed to look like. Oh! I was so like, this was such a mystery for me, that plague we found in the secret garden. It was so long ago, and I didn't have a clue what it was about. And now suddenly it you know, it comes back. And the music and everything. Oh, what an incredible payoff this is. About that. I think this is one of those boxes. Let's sold that one first, I think. Dude. And here today I was saying those doors have to be something, and there's 8 of them. What the fuck, dude? What's impressive to me is that Colette hasn't said anything about me spoiling anything for her, which means, and she's still playing the game. There's so much more to this. Due to the overwhelming amount of artifacts bearing the Orinda Ares sigil that were destroyed after the war, Morajai puzzles boxes featuring the infamous black symbol are among the rarest and most valuable collectors can acquire. When black tiles are pressed, the entire row shifts to the right, as if on train rails. Yeah, I think that's similar to the one we already played earlier. So what am I supposed to... What's a being bought? What an appropriate name. Okay, the black ones are the ones that I need. Okay. How do I make this one work then? Let's see. Okay, that's one way to get... Oh, I see. Okay. I can bring back the yellow to the bottom and... Oh, God. Okay. Where do I want everything? I think I want the... Okay, this one's gonna be... Colette took a peek. Oh, right. Okay, so the yellow one's gonna help me move the greens where I want it. So I think the first thing we have to do is this. And then... What if I do this? It brings the green where I want it. Perfect. Then what? I don't want more than one green up there. Whoa! I didn't know I could do that. we go. Appropriation is fantastic. I don't know what that means in this context. Explain. Okay. Okay, okay, hold on. That is not what I wanted. Yes, let's go. We have... Our allowance is getting huge. Funny enough, my bedroom leading to, you know, the antechamber giving me more allowance every time hasn't been that useful yet. This track is ranking very highly, like in my my current, you know, preferred tracks. I still think the archives might be edging it, but this one's really good. Really? Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, this track is such a vibe, and like the entire way, it just like you have this like sort of ambient music, and then suddenly the drums come in. When you like find the puzzle and everything, it works so well. Yeah, Chipmunk? I don't remember the music of Sun Station because it's been so long. But yeah. And for me, it's working, that's for sure. Alright, now what? What is this about? The loop seems short? I don't think so. Because you have all this ambient stuff in the back that keeps moving, and it's... No, it's perfect. That part there. That one part when it just comes down. Oh. So good. Alright, so we have this coin. We have this thing, which is the chimney sweep, right? In front of a town of some kind. Interesting, with a train track. I don't know what that's about. Let us take screenshots. Alright, where do I put all this? I think we have to make a new category down there. Oh god. Not what I was trying to do. Room 1. I'm gonna just number them from like left to right. I'm harmless, just an observer of tasteful words. How about you explain what you meant by appropriation is fantastic then? If you like words so much, use them. Let us know what you meant, not just what you said, but what you meant. And let's have a conversation about it. Let's use our words. How about that? What's up, Atherma? How are you doing today? Screenshot of those three. Hey, Credo, what's up? And then finally the letter, or postcard, or like Blackbridge, Hotel and Spa. Again, a mention of the Blackbridge thing, huh? 8 realms in 8 months. The objective was simple enough, but in what order, what route, and where to start? Questions like these are the ones I tend to ignore, as planning has never been my strong suit. Well then, in the true spirit of adventure, I have departed forsaking both map and plan. And as it happens, the road has taken me south. It seems fitting to begin the journey by visiting a fragment of the Old Kingdom, a landmark as black in realm as it is in name, and a story I feel closely connected to. Herbert, 10 Aries, bunch of numbers. In care of Anne Babbage, Reddington, Fen Aries, 6308. So, Blackbridge... Is Blackbridge the name of one of the realms? Something about those realms, I am so confused. 8 doors, 1 for each realm? I don't even... I used bot and you said that's an appropriate name. You appropriate... Oh, right. Now it makes more sense. I mean, you know. So what I'm thinking about right now is the fact that there's 7 more of those doors, which presumably all have puzzles like this one to solve. You know, like different puzzles, but of us, you know, which require hints and all that. I don't know if I have collected enough hints for 7 more doors, which means there's so many more hints to find. I am overwhelmed. I was just commenting about the iceberg nature of the game earlier. Yeah, clearly. And this run's not even over, by the way. We still have to go back and mess with the... Oh my god, there's just so much. I think all of this will make more sense with a little more context. When we start opening doors, maybe we'll start noticing patterns and stuff, right? God, this is so... I'm so glad that I solved this one. Because that symbol was messing with my brain. I was like... I've never seen that symbol anywhere else. The one we found in the Secret Garden. I had no connection to anything. It was just this random thing that was just sitting there. I'm so glad that I finally found something to do with it. I don't want to leave this room. The music is so good. I just love the fact that there's almost as much underground as there is on the surface. I mean, so far. For all I know, there might be more underground than there is on the surface, but like... the way this just simple, silly drafting games with colorful rooms just suddenly becomes this whole... To me, this feels like watching Lost. And as a big fan of Lost, you know how much I like that shit. I love stories that... and just anything that appears simple and small in scope. And then suddenly the door opens. And it's like, holy fuck. I love when it happens in Lost. Suddenly, like the scope just increases massively, and it's just this whole thing. It also, like we talked about Final Fantasy VII earlier, that to me that's sort of a similar thing. You know, it's this game about eco-terrorists trying to save a city from being, you know, like the evil corporation and blowing up reactors, and you're just like, eh, this is a nice little like story, right? And then it opens up and it becomes this whole thing. And when you're at the end of the game, you look back and you think, wow, this was just... Remember how simple things were when we were in Midgar? And you like the scope of how everything just grew, it feels amazing. Same with Lost, right? When you're at the end of the show, you think back, hey, remember when this show was just about a bunch of survivors on the beach? I love stories like that. And this feels like very much similar to that. Just a silly little game about inheriting your house and drafting rooms and now there's a whole gigantic like realm thing with political, you know, themes and human disappearances and... God. It's so good. It's so good. You literally just described One Piece. I don't know if I can get into One Piece though. I don't know if I have enough years left in my life. I don't know if I have enough hours left in my life to watch One Piece. What's up, Sir Flux? How are you doing today? Now I'm curious about the other things Thunder Ross worked on. Isn't that like his first game or something? Hold on, no, he has to have done more things, right? Thunder Ross. He's a visual artist, initially, right? I'm pretty sure Blueprints is his first fucking game, which is crazy. Not related to video games, yeah. Scylla, yeah. I don't want to leave the room. The music is so good. Oh well. We'll have more opportunities to hear it, I'm sure. Maybe it won't stop. I would love if it kept going. Hell yeah. Alright, now let's go to the utility closet and code check. Code check for... Oh, music, don't stop. But again, like, how great is the dynamic music in this game? How it just comes in, goes out, swells, quiets down, like it, Such an incredible soundtrack. Yeah, Macaron. I could spend all day ranting about how much of a snubbing it was, but again, I think ultimately, I always end up at the same point, which is I don't care about awards that much. You know, I always say the same thing. I barely cared about the one I got, so I definitely don't care about, awards that other people get. It's just, but I think it's, nice recognition for people, and I think it's a shame that this one isn't getting its flowers. Oh, look at that. We have a little symbol down there now. Which I guess represents the doors we've opened. Hell yeah. Also, I guess the symbols are going to be hints as to the kind of, like, puzzles we're going to get. Brian Eno's work. Yep, I can see it. Some people don't like the silence when there's no track playing. Some people play their own music instead. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of playing my... Unless I'm, like, playing a game that doesn't really, Like, if I'm playing League of Legends or whatever, yeah, music zero, and I'm playing my own shit, right? But that's different. But even something like WoW or even Diablo or those games that are grindy, I like the actual soundtracks. I like listening to them. It adds to the atmosphere and everything. I always have the music playing, even if I'm watching like a TV show or a movie on the side or something. Still have the music playing. But yeah, especially on stream, if I'm playing a video game, I'm never going to replace if the game's silent, the game is silent. That's it. But that's just the way I personally choose to do it. I think the silence is an important part of it. It makes the music more meaningful when it comes in. But again, that's just me. Alright, let's go back up. Turn the music off in Elden Ring? Yeah, I couldn't do that on the chest, but to each their own, of course. This is one of the only runs we've had so far where I didn't find a shovel at all. And we have like a long run where I didn't find a shovel. That's interesting. So many holes we didn't dig. Damn. Buddy of mine played over Outer Wilds with his own music. Yeah, see, you know, at the end of the day, I just want people to do whatever they want, right? Like, however you prefer to play a game, go for it. After all, it's your experience, not mine. But, I couldn't. I personally could not. Okay, man, what do I do here? Because the books I'm most interested in are the History of Orindia and A New Clue. I think the History of Orindia can wait, because we already have the current edition that's in the library is going to be there tomorrow. So this one can wait for a later revelation. A New Clue is the one I'm excited in because we've read the lore of the game, the book, you know, being potentially hinting towards something. But I want to maximize my spendings. So I think it makes more sense for me to get the Curse of the Black Bridge and Realm and Rune, just to make sure I use all my gold. Although, I mean, I could get a New Clue and the drafting strategy, which... But I'm less interested in those two, I will be honest. I don't care too much about those two. I do like those two more. So I think I'm just gonna maximize. I don't need any more gold, do I? Okay, I'm gonna go for that. Curse of the Black Bridge, Realm and Rune. Let's go. Hell yeah. Very nice. This feels really good. Because I thought this was gonna take so long to buy all those books, and now I'm like, okay, this actually feels pretty realistic when you get the vault and, you know. And I didn't even need to spend the sales on it. So I can keep, I can still keep the sales for when I want to buy out the souvenir shop. Right. Good run. Has this retroactively been added? No. Next one is Story of Orindia. Perfect. I mean, I don't know if you guys agree, but like the name Orindia and like Arius or whatever, like the name of that other thing is, and the name of some of the characters, or like the old characters, all of it sounds like it could be straight out of Disco Elysium. It has the same kind of sort of like realistic fantasy vibe to it, or it sounds a little bit esoteric and exotic, but at the same time it feels like grounded, like it feels like a, you know, it could be a real place that, you know. Magical realism, yeah. It definitely has that vibe. Big fan. Big fan of those things. Favorite WoW music? Grizzly Hills, I think. For me. Let's check the emerald bracelet. I think it's still the best item. I mean, the sound amplifier is really good. Like, this shit is insane. But I think the emerald bracelet's still too valuable. Yeah, Primus, you and a lot of people, like, I've always said recently that in the past couple years, that compilation that Jamrock Hobo did brought more people to my channel than Twitch has by its discovery system. It's frankly astonishing. What? Okay. I never knew you could do that. I don't think I've ever realized you could do that. I don't know how I missed this shit. Yes, I just thought it was activating something. I didn't think there was more to it. Okay, let's see. So the goal is to make them all purple. Press a blue indicator next to a red indicator to activate purple. How do I get a red though? Okay. Well, that was easy. Now what? Notes are up. Oh, sorry. Hey, it's all purple. I still feel like we should find like a little lever, like a little switch, and we can use the last one that says cabinet. I don't know what I just did. Could it be connected to the boiler room? Hmm. $14, $13, $12, $11, and I don't have enough to, because it might be connected to the boiler room. More detailed instructions and by it. Let's maybe I need to check. Hold on, the office. It has to be linked to something in the office with the mail. Also, when you are out here next week, please test that the correct sequence is... Oh! 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 Getting the last one purple was the goal, not all of them purple. Okay. Off, blue, green, white, red. Good night, Archeesy. Of blue, green. No! Oh no, hold on. There. Okay. Let's get the purple one first. Now, maybe we need to go backwards? Okay, from purple it gets to white. But I need this one to be red. No! God damn it. Okay, white's the last one then. White is the last one I need to activate. Purple's the first, of course, and then from here. But it's always gonna turn white. Hold on. It's too late for this. My brain's just frazzled. You can only get purple if the last one is... if all of them are purple. Now, if I get white here instead... and hold on to the white... No, I fucked up. Ah! Okay, hold on to the white. Here. Now. Of blue. One needs to be green. Oh! It doesn't work. What? Yeah, I'm gonna have to... Because, okay, we know that to get the last one purple, we need all of them to be purple. So that, we have no choice here. To get the purple here, we need all of that. But now I need to be able to turn the others in the color they need to be without messing with everything. Person, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate you. Thank you so very much, person. It's 155 total. That's insane. What a huge amount of support. Thank you. It means more than I can say. And everyone who got a sub, enjoy the ad-free experience, the emotes, and know that you will be remembered. We do know what colors we need, yes. I'm just failing to see how to get there. Hold on. Ah! I can't move this one because it always kills the purple. There's no other choice. I need the purple first, right? There's no other... There's no going around that. So that's what I need to start from. Of course, person. Extremely appreciated. Thank you. What's up, Calix? How are you doing? Okay, this is... I don't fully understand... Okay, I need to understand how this works. From purple, you get to white. So this one needs to be purple so it can become white. My problem is, how do I get this one to be red? I think I hold the white here. And then I get this one. But every time I press this one... Yeah. When I press this one from blue, it kills the right one. So hold on. Is there a way for me to... not press this one from blue? No. If I click on this one and it becomes blue, next time I press on it, it's dead. So I need to hold it with white. Maybe. This one needs to stay purple. No, that immediately kills it, because now this one... Well, actually, hold on. Huh? That was interesting, though. I managed to, like, play around and get them all purple again without touching this one at all. This is too much for my starved brain at this hour. Hold. Shit. Wait, the white... Oh, no, you can only do white when it's all purple. Oh, my God. Okay. This changes everything. But I think I've learned something there. No, this is not brute force. I'm slowly understanding the way I'm slowly understanding the way I manipulate the colors. So this one needs to be white from the get-go. Wait, but that means I'm stuck here. Because I don't think I can get back to purple without... I can. Oh! Hold on. Hold. Got there. I didn't realize I could do that. I didn't realize I could transform the purple back. I thought you only could get the purple at the end if all of them were purple, which wasn't true. Ah. Now what? The Gemstone Cavern has been permanently unlocked and added to your campsite. Starting tomorrow, you will start each new day with 2 gems. Okay. I'm gonna be honest. I was hoping more for a lore type thing. I mean, there might be lore in there. We're gonna have to visit. But I was hoping more for like a big lore revelation. I see like a a bunker in a mountain. I'm like, my Fallout Lost fan brain is just like, ugh, it's just an extra mechanic. I'm fine. This is good. This is good. But what a satisfying puzzle that was. Holy shit. It feels like so many pieces of information just came together. That was really great. Alright, how many steps? 11? I have enough steps to go back outside and check the thing. Whew. Man, that was exciting. I'm excited. Very excited. I feel like all those options that are like staff related and they're like, oh, this has been suspended, this has been suspended. I have a feeling there has to be a way to like sort of reactivate them, and it does something somehow. I don't know. I feel like there has to be a reason why it's there. I mean, it could be simply to tell you the date of November 4th, but it seems like, Oh, I forgot to place... I am such an idiot. I completely forgot about that mechanic. For some reason, it completely escaped me that I had that mechanic available to me. Magnifying glass? Just to make sure I have it. Obviously, the sledgehammer would be nice, but... Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go with sledgehammer. Although the mask could be good too, but... Nah, it's fine. I have a bunch of steps anyway. Alright, let's see. Dial up tone, yeah. Sorry, I was slightly distracted for a second. Let's focus again. Yeah, let's just go. There's a few things I need to check down there, but I think we can check that tomorrow. First thing, right? We go down and check the cart and everything. It's a good goal to start tomorrow with. I didn't do it today. But right now I really want to go to the Gem Cave, see if there's some lore in there. This is still mystery, by the way. God, the music is so good. Oh boy. Okay, there's at least a letter. Oh my god, guys, we're one... Oh my god, we're one away. One more. I have no clue what that is. I don't even know what this thing is. And I'm so excited for it. Oh my god, one more. One more. Holy fuck. Yeah, today, I didn't think... Remember that how I felt like, oh, this is the end of the run. It was so long ago. And then the music room. And the key. And everything. And the dude. Again, that's what I was talking about earlier, about the RNG. I understand it has negative aspects. I get it. But it also brings those moments, right? Where everything turns around and you... It just feels so good. Incredible. Here is the last of the equipment for the new mine. I don't think we're gonna need more than this, especially if we're gonna limit excavations to 2 stones per day. I was told by the engineer that getting greedier than that might risk the structural integrity of the cave walls. So I suppose we'll have to adhere to his expert opinion, at least for now. We managed to remove all but one minecart from the old tunnels, 2 of which were too rusted and worn down to be of any use to us up here. So Dave went ahead and made the call to scrap them. I'm not sure that the foreman is going to be too happy about that, but hopefully you can smooth it over. Now, there is still one more cart down there, but it's locked on a short track, and it's way too difficult to move from the reservoir side. It's a little bit awkward because it's blocking the passage, so I suggest someone move it from the other side if they can't get over it. If they can get over there, sorry. The boss informed us that there are 2 other ways into the site from that side, but I think we're gonna leave that for someone else to finish up if the old man really wants it done. Not sure if I would need to maybe check that one again with a magnifying glass one of these days. Let me just screenshot that one. We'll put that one out here near the apple orchard. We'll call it the Gemstone Cavern. What it's called. Okay. Now I think that's it. We have 3 steps left. I don't have any more ideas for now. I just love how this thing at first is pretty empty, and then you have all these things like the outer room, the permanent additions, those things down there, the letters here. Like, it always adds more and more. All of it was very well hidden, and then suddenly you have all these trackers things, which, you know, again, is part of that sort of like Russian dolls vibe of the game, right? All right, well, anyone has some marshmallows that we can I'm just waiting. I'm hoping to see something, you know, Planet Pass or something. Different game. Some banjo would be nice, wouldn't it? Alright, well, what a perfect spot to call it a day. Architect's Manor, 6 drafting room. 37 total, rank 9. 125 steps. 9 items found, 2 new rooms. I'm gonna keep focusing on the new rooms. New rooms really open up the sort of things we can do, I realize. I was kind of ignoring the new rooms for a while because I was so focused on like some of the goals I already have, but I really think we need to focus on like opening the new rooms we haven't opened yet as much as we can. Make sure we have all the information we might need, I think. And then try to put it together. Save and quit. Okay, jeez. What a day. And for some reason I wasn't too excited about today. There wasn't that major goals, there weren't, you know, I was sort of like, yeah, we'll see what can happen, and then it turns out to be one of those days again where, geez, so much exciting new things. Anyway, thank you everyone. I appreciate you guys watching, appreciate you guys hanging out. I hope you had a good time. I will be back in the morrow in about 19 hours, 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific for more adventures of Blueprints. I was blanking on the name suddenly. Yeah. I don't know what else to say. I'm out of words. I'm hungry. I want to go eat some delicious fresh bread that I have. And go from there. Alright. I'm gonna raid my good buddy Nasrallah, who's doing Dark Souls Trilogy Hitless. Let's go say hi to my good buddy Nasrallah, and yeah. I wish you all a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. I will see you guys tomorrow, and until then, remember me, and I will remember you.